Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the June 25th, 2020 County Commissioner work session on budget. 3 hours of action-packed fun. And by way of introduction, I'm John Hutchings, the chair of the board. Also present is Vice Chair Ty Menser and Commissioner Gary Edwards, our County Manager Romero Chavez, Assistant County Manager Robin Campbell, and we have Robin Campbell's Band of Renown, and that's Denise Doty and Olivia Eldman and Patty Rosetto. Is there anybody that's attending that I don't see on the screen?
You got it, all attendees, Commissioner.
Okay, great. So with that, let us begin. Am I starting with Romero?
Yeah, Commissioners, this is a follow-up to the sessions that you had related to the budget reductions. And at this point, you took an action last week, I believe, related to the third quarter budget amendment. That action has nothing to do with the potential options that you have before you today in terms of reduction expenditures. So staff does expect the board to make final determinations today as to how those budget reductions will be implemented, because as Robin will walk you through, there is a gap on revenues and expenditures, and it is an imperative the board takes an action today or direction as to how we're going to be managing the gaps that we have between revenues and expenditures for 2020. Anyway, so that's the opening remarks, at least from my perspective. And at this point, Robin and her staff is going to walk you through the rest of the afternoon, morning. We have until 11:30 this morning.
Why don't you mention why we're sitting like this? We have some technical difficulties.
Oh, yeah, you were probably out of the frame, Commissioner Edwards and myself, is because the front TV is not working, so we're zooming on the sidelines. But
Okay.
we're here.
I have a question to begin with. Can we get, or will we get or receive the amount of savings that we have to date with the actions that we've taken, to include the actions we just did yesterday or the day before with other personnel, and how much is needed yet to save?
We will be talking about the savings and the decisions that the board has made so far.
Good, thank you.
All right. Okay, so this morning we're going to actually look at where we've been over the last 12 weeks. We're going to start from May 22nd to talk about where we were on that date and the decisions that the board made on that date. I'll give you an update because I do have one new data point for sales tax. So we'll take a look at sales tax, and then we will review in detail the reduction items that have come forward out of your direction on May 22nd. And we are asking today that you make final decisions on the budget reductions so that we can publish a notice of a public hearing. The notice will go out on July 7th. The public hearing will be on July 21st, and you will actually adopt budget reductions on July 28th. That's the timeline that we're looking at this point for Amendment 4. So you have a packet of information, and for those watching online, all of the documents are available on the Board of County Commissioners website. We're going to start with the forecast table from May 22nd. And we'll start where we left off. And I'm going to share my screen. Come on. Here we go. I gotta move a couple things around. So what you see here, and you have both these items in your packet this morning is where we left off on May 22nd. On that date, we had very little information about revenue, and we still have very little information about the impact of revenue. What we know is our treasurer says that property tax collections are coming in at about 2% down from where we thought they would be at the beginning of the year. And we have information about sales tax that we'll talk about soon. But on May 22nd, we had assumed that revenue loss would be equal to what we lost in the Great Recession. So property tax collections were 95% of the levy in the budget, and we lost sales tax revenue of 13% over 2 years, but we put the entire 13% in the first year. Assumptions in 21 and 22 was that the economy would begin to recover at a very modest rate. We also assumed that, like in the Great Recession, all other revenue that comes into the general fund would reduce by 2%. And we assume that given any cost savings, that the reversion from offices and departments to the general fund would be not even worth counting. So this is the amount that the board enacted in budget reductions, $3,926,000. And given all of those assumptions and the direction for the budget reductions, your graph looks like this. Basically, what you've done is you've kept 2020 above $10 million to mitigate the impact in the next biennium, 21 and 22. So what we've done is bought some time to find out more about where revenue is going and to lessen the impact on next biennium and reduce the amount of the cut. So this is where we left off on May 22nd. Just to take a look at the reductions, you also have this document in your packet. The decisions that the board made on May 22nd were to eliminate all current vacancies except for those in 24/7 offices for an estimated savings of $1,417,000. You did allow for an exemption process, and we'll walk through those exemptions soon this morning. You implemented a hiring freeze, which would require that any office or department with a vacancy would wait for 3 months before beginning the recruitment process, but there is an exemption process for that. You took savings of $481,700 from non-departmental. These were mainly set-asides for projects that would emerge. So you've reduced your ability to address needs that come forward through the course of a year. We have taken back the funding for the April special election since that election did not occur. So that appropriation was eliminated. The treatment sales tax shift, if you will, is $344,454. That happened in Amendment 3. You've already enacted that. You chose to do an across-the-board 2% budget reduction to all offices and departments that would be worth approximately $1 million. And you chose to suspend payments to ER&R for 300,000 in the general fund, for a grand total of savings of $3,926,000 roughly. The amounts that offices and departments submitted into Questica are a little bit less in some cases than what the board had asked for. So the vacancy elimination, one of the things that offices and departments were allowed to do was to buy back vacant positions. You could either contact me and Romero and explain why a position did not belong on the vacancy list, or you could buy it off of the vacancy list by creating additional savings in your office or department. So the vacancies that are eliminated off the vacancy list currently add up to $1,110,542. So about 300,000 less than the estimated value of eliminating those vacancies. And again, we'll look in detail at this as the morning goes on. The hiring freeze was a little tricky, and we'll get into that. But we distributed across all offices and departments with the exception of 24/7. Because we really don't know where the vacancies will occur. So we just did a distribution, and you'll see the details as we move through the items this morning. Non-departmental reductions, the elimination of the special election, the transfer of general fund costs to TST, and the suspension of ER&R payments all came in exactly for the amounts that you had directed. The 2% reduction, however, is less than $1 million. It's $935,000. Part of that is offices buying back positions. So this table represents what each office or department was asked for in a 2% reduction target and how much they actually submitted for a 2% reduction, or in some cases, not 2%. So at the bottom line, instead of 3.9 million in reductions, you have closer to 3.6 million in reductions. So to adjust the graph, we're going to change this to reflect that amount. So what you see here is, again, in 2020, you have a positive ending fund balance, but right away in 2021, it goes down even farther than it already had. And one of the things we haven't factored in yet that I won't be putting in today, but you just need to be aware, is many of the cost savings are considered one time. So many offices and departments noted that the savings that they're achieving would only happen in 2020. So spending would go back up in 2021 for those one-time items where the savings would no longer be happening. But we've not had enough time to review the items to be able to factor that in this morning. The other action that the board has taken is to add the amendment number 3. In amendment number 3, you added spending of approximately $1.2 million. And I'm going to enter that amount now. So you see the impact again, you still have a positive fund balance in 2020, but this will call for severe actions in 2021 and 2022 as we build the biennial budget. So you'll still have time to see how the revenue's going, but this is going to require some pretty substantial cuts for the next biennium to be able to sustain a fiscally responsible fund balance in the future. Do you have any questions so far?
If I had a question, it would be to do with what is our normal attrition rate that we end up with over the course of a year with employees?
So that's a really good question. And I don't have an answer to that, but we can certainly follow up.
Maybe HR could let us know.
Yep, we can work with them.
Someone will. Commissioner Menzer, you have a question?
I have questions. Some of them are probably going to come up later. I'll ask this one though now. When we were going through at a previous session the different funds, there was a handout, and I don't have it handy, but it was basically non-departmental. And one of the things on that list was the money that we addressed, for special projects of commissioners. But there was a whole bunch of other things on that list besides that. And I'm wondering if you could kind of tick through what's there. And then my question is, what is that? Should there have been a 2% reduction plan for those pieces of the budget as well, or how does that fit in to what?
I'm gonna send this to voicemail. So non-departmental took a 2% reduction along with all the other offices and departments. In addition to the 482,000 was in addition to a 2% reduction in non-departmental. And so the total reduction for non-departmental was closer to almost 10% of the non-departmental budget. It was around 9%.
Can you remind me just high level what's in there besides the fund for the commissioner's projects?
So non-departmental is not the commissioner's budget. The commissioner's office has a small general fund budget of $2.4 million. That is not non-departmental. Non-departmental pays for community partner activities and for items that will impact the entire county. Like, so some of the items are countywide dues for NACO, WASAC, Waco, your payments to ORCA, TRPC, animal services. I'm trying to kind of tick through them while I pull up the worksheet for non-departmental. I can put it on the screen in a moment. But non-departmental is not money that is simply available for the board to spend. It is 100% committed, and the money that you've reduced now is money that had been held for emerging needs. So here we go. This says hide these columns because it's just technical information, but I'm happy to leave them on the screen. So the non-departmental budget is $5.6 million this year. $392,000 of that is to pay for the Left 1 costs. This 15,000 for the Visitor Bureau is actually 40,000. We contribute $6,500 to our South Sound Community Partnership. There was $5,000 budgeted for the Modern Warriors program. This amount is actually substantially less. It's reserved for community entities who present need to the county. County advocacy pays for our legislative liaison, Deborah.
Mangia.
Yes,
Yeah.
Magia. Yes, I know her
You don't
name.
have, you don't have to hit every line. This
so-
really gives me what I was looking for.
So
Maybe
right,
talk about those transfers at the bottom.
the transfers. I'm going to see if I can move this. So these transfers are to other funds. The transfer, there's $167,000 to support the fair. Without this transfer, the fair fund would be in the red. There's a transfer to public health to pay for a small part of the recreation for developmentally disabled kids. $968,000 goes to public health. It's used to purchase administrative costs and provide match for federal programs, as well as support for the Nurse Family Partnership Program is in here. That's this 88,000. CPED has costs that may not be charged to permit fees, so we transfer 75,000 for that purpose. 364,000 is for code compliance. Again, it cannot be charged to permit fees. Environmental health receives some funding, again, for things that need match coming out of environmental health. The housing program is this $51,000. Cold weather code blue, $25,000 to support that program in public health. This is the HHSC contribution that all jurisdictions pay into 0.5% of sales tax revenue. The next two items are $615,000 to support parks. Those are the transfers from the general fund. And you won't see those next year. Next year, they will just be direct appropriations to the offices and departments that use the money, much like any other appropriation to any office and department.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna close this now.
Robin, for kind of a baseline, in the last recession in 2008 or 9, how many, what was the number of employees that suffered layoff?
In the last recession?
In our last big one, yeah. How many did we lose?
So we would have to ask HR for that number. There were a substantial number of layoffs during the Great Recession. I know that in the permit center alone, half the staff were let go.
Well, the number 300 or 400 stick in my head.
I would have to get the number
Okay.
from HR.
Okay,
I don't have that number handy, and I'd hate to just toss something out.
that's fine, thank you. So the next questions I had are based on that, but I'll save that for later. Thank you. Go ahead.
Right. Any other questions before we move off this?
I don't see any hands. Okay.
Okay. Then the next thing we're going to look at is sales tax.
Robin, I'm sorry. You did say that you were, I think you said last meeting that you were going to explain why we didn't get certain cut plans from certain groups, and I see that on the chart, but you didn't mention that today.
So we'll get to the details about the cuts. Let's talk about sales tax and assumptions first, and then we'll get to the details, because it's when we're going through the details that I'll be asking you to make decisions. So hang on to that question. We'll get there. The next item, you have 2 items in your packet. No, the next one just gives you the targets, and I'm going to switch to sharing a different screen. So these are the targets, because offices and departments weren't only a 2% reduction in general fund, but all funds that were not excluded from the calculation. And we excluded funds that were strictly pass-through funds, like money that goes to TCOM. We excluded funds that are solely to pay for bonds, which were a large part of the treasurer's funds. We excluded the reserves in the auditor's office, central services, and other departments. So there were a number of funds that were just excluded from the reduction exercise. But other than those very few funds that met the criteria for exclusion, all remaining funds went through a 2% reduction and were given a target. So offices and departments were asked to meet the 2% target in general fund specifically, and then other funds could be out of any other fund that office or department had appropriation from. So those were the instructions for the reduction exercise. And part of the reason that we looked at all funds was a fairness factor. We wanted to be sure that not only general fund offices and departments bore the brunt of this economic downturn, we also know that revenue in other funds has been impacted. For example, in treatment sales tax, you would think that the sales tax reduction would be roughly the same as it was for general fund, but we found that sales tax revenue in May in TST was down by 18%, where the general fund reduction was only 11%. So other funds were also experiencing revenue hits from the pandemic. For these reasons, we enacted a 2% reduction. You enacted a 2% reduction on all funds, not only the general fund. So when you hear me talking about other funds this morning, that's the reason why. And you have these targets in your packet if you want to refer back to them as we go through the items this morning. So now we're going to look at sales tax. And yesterday we got the new sales tax information. And I'm going to try to make this as big as I can and share my screen. So here's sales tax revenues. And yesterday morning, if we were to be talking about sales tax revenue, you would have seen this bar for May of 2020 in a 10% decline. Yesterday afternoon, we got June. So what we saw is the June year over year change is only a little over 7%. And there's a few things going on that we think contribute to that. One is that there's a normal reduction from May to June every year. And I'll pull up an analysis in a moment. You have it in your packet. But we think that part of the reason that June does not look quite as bad as May is that you may recall that the state allowed vendors to remit sales taxes to delay actually their sales tax remittance to the state. So we think that June in part makes up for some of that delay, and we're going to see even more in July because the extension that the state gave was through the end of June. So it's possible that we're going to continue to see the numbers not as bad as we had expected, in part because the drop in May has been mitigated. You also have to remember that we had expected the revenue to be at least up by 5%, not below zero, or even at zero. So really, when we say that it's down 7% year over year, that's actually a reduction compared to our forecast of 12%. This is 15%. The top graph is just the nominal amount of money that we collect. So you can see over time that the amount of sales tax that we collect has been growing. Here it is all the way back to June of 2006. What you see is the very normal pattern through about April of 2012. There are the state has people pay monthly, quarterly, or annually, depending on the size of the business. That created a very steady pattern. It was almost a bit of a dance. 1, 2, 3, up, down, down, up, down, down, was the pattern that we saw for sales tax for years. That changed here when Department of Revenue converted to online reporting. And at that time, we saw a lot of retailers convert from quarterly payers to monthly payers because it was easy to remit. So the pattern changed. Here's the year where it was kind of fluid, and we're back to somewhat of a regular pattern now, more regular than before. And overall, the amount of money that we're collecting is going up. Remember, none of this is adjusted for inflation factors in prior years. So what you see here,
Robin?
Yeah.
Give me just a second. Apparently we have some audio for some audience. They're joined on the YouTube. I checked, and it seems like the audio is okay, but perhaps some members of the public may have issues with the audio on YouTube. And again, we only received one phone call related to this, but I have been checking, and it seems like the rest of the individuals who are joining the live stream, the sound is okay. So for those members of the public who perhaps have any problems with the sound, I will encourage them to dial 360-252-2920. Sorry, let me repeat that again. 360-252-9020 and enter the code 1234. They can join via conference call so they can be available for sound. And again, that seems to be sporadic. We have only received one phone call related to having issues with the sound. Obviously, this message is not gonna be able to deliver to that individual. But again, I will encourage to dial 360-252-9020 and enter the code 1234. Thank you.
So Ramiro, sorry, Robin, but Ramiro, if Brian is still there, do we have the capability, since this meeting's going to go on for a couple more hours, of scrolling that number on the bottom of the screen?
Yeah, we can do that. No?
All right, thank you.
That's the video feed out.
It cuts the video feed out. What we can do is probably put a webpage.
I put it on Facebook and Twitter.
A sign.
He
Hold up
already,
the
he
sign.
already set it up in Facebook and Twitter. And again, the feedback that I received from some individuals that have checked their connecting remotely, the sound is coming okay. And again, we only received only one phone call. So, thank you.
Go ahead and put that up again, Commissioner. There's the number to call.
All right. All right, thank you.
Okay, so as we were
That's my conclusion.
saying, we're looking at the nominal amounts collected for sales tax and the normal patterns. So since 2017, even as far back as 2016, 2015, you see that April has a very definite pattern. There's a spike in April, it drops out down in May, June's a little lower. This is our normal April, May, June. And then in July, it spikes back up. So down in April, here's May, June, and then spike back up. This is a very normal pattern. So here we are, here's April, here's your April spike, just like normal, it's coming back down now. Here's May, comes up a little instead of this pop back up that we usually see. So this data point in May would normally have been, way up here. Instead, it's down here, and that's the impact of this year-over-year change. The revenue didn't come in anywhere close to where we thought it would. And then June drops down a bit, just like it usually does. The drop not quite as severe as we usually see, but part of the reason for that is that this May number isn't up where we thought it would normally be. So that's a little about the pattern. It's a seasonal pattern that sales tax tends to follow in a normal year. We also have an analysis in your packet that talks about that a little bit. So here's the sales tax analysis. And it pretty much says what we were just talking about. And I'd like to thank Whitney Pearsall for the work that she did on the sales tax in a mad rush yesterday once we knew the numbers were out in the Department of Revenue database. We've had this information for less than 24 hours. So again, normal to see the dip. It's not as big as we usually see between May and June. So you see in 2018, 19, and 20, this is from May to June in each of those years. The collection year over year was a little over 7% less than what we saw in 2019. That's the drop. And if we look at the sectors of the economy where we saw growth or negative growth, We saw negative growth in construction, accommodation and food services, information and professional services, scientific and technical services. And there was actually growth year over year in June in retail trade, wholesale trade, admin support and waste management, other services, and real estate. And here's the table. Unfortunately, that growth in real estate is not enough to offset the reductions in the other types of categories, even though retail is the number one source of sales tax revenue for the county. Given all of that information and looking at information that we have from economists, not just in Washington state, but everywhere across the country and throughout the world, we might want to revisit the assumptions for revenue in our model. So if we go with what the treasurer is telling us about property tax, that we're only down about 2%, it is likely that it will continue to be down. And we really think that the impact from property tax is going to come in October. And what we're hearing from economists across the nation is that they're starting to see the defaults on loans. But if we go with what the treasurer says, we usually collect about 99%. If we're down 2%, let's adjust this to anticipate that property tax collections will come in at 97%. That is a small improvement in the graph. In sales tax growth, we're still down. And again, May was down compared to forecast by about 15% in May. And in June, we're down about 12%. So this 13% loss of sales tax this year, especially given the news that state employees in the month of July will have salary reductions due to furloughs that equate to about 20% of a pay reduction, and then in future months of at least 5% reduction in pay. And state employment is the number one employer in Thurston County. That is going to have a very negative effect on our sales tax collections. Given that, I think that it would be unwise to assume that we'd do better than a 13% loss in sales tax, especially since we're assuming growth in future years. So I'm going to leave that 13% where it is. This 2% loss in all other growth is a reasonable assumption. The state legislature is predicting losses of almost $5 billion per year in their general fund, and they're talking about coming back for a special session in August. It is highly likely that state money that currently comes to the county that we had counted on in our budget will be reduced. So I'm going to leave this 2% loss where it's at. So here's where we're at now. Budget reductions of 3.5 million, almost 3.6. Additions in Amendment 3 of 1.2. The assumptions for revenue, as we discussed, for a projected ending fund balance in 2020 of just under 14 million, but deteriorating rapidly in 2021, a fund balance of just over 6 million, and we're in the red by 2.5 million in 2022. Do you have any questions about that before we move into the details of the budget reductions?
I don't know if it's a question as much as a communication with my fellow seatmates. I'm hearing from our budget folks that the sky is falling. Maybe that's so. I don't know the answer to any of that yet. But I'd like to talk about a possible solution to this as we move along. If in fact what we're up against is what's being laid out here, let's talk about a solution. And I think there's some pretty simple things that we could do that would help us through this problem. I'm not saying they're gonna solve the problem, but I think we ought to talk about a solution to what we're dealing with.
Are we at that phase now of solutions? Do we have more background to get to?
No, this is, you've got the foundation now.
Okay.
Robin?
Yes,
I have some answers from HR related to some of the previous questions.
oh, excellent.
So related to layoffs, between January 1st, 2008 and December 31st, 2008, there were 24 employees laid off. They also were eliminated 20.5 FTEs that had end dates, so that's contract positions. Between January 1st, 2009 and December 31st, 2009, 43 employees were laid off. So now, and also 6 employees on 2010. So if we add, do a quick math, that will be 67, just about 72 employees between 2008 and 2009.
Okay.
Romero,
Thank you.
did HR happen to say if any of those were vacant positions or were those actual layoffs?
They were just layoffs, so I think it's a combination. Yeah. So related to attrition, turnover, that fluctuates in from 2014 through 2019. There usually is 11.2% of turnover. In 2018 was 13.03, and 2019 is still looking at the numbers. So that gives you an indication that under normal circumstances, we've had a turnover of 11.
So just for the sake of discussion, we're gonna have, when we talk about turnover, like, let's say, just say 10% of the folks are going to retire or move on to some other employment. So that's probably a static number if you look through it. I'd like to know that, but let's just say if there's a rough average. So
That is the average.
yeah.
Between 11 and 13%.
Okay, but when times are tough, some people don't want to retire or they don't want to take a chance, of going to another job. So let's just talk about 10% because it's simple to figure 10%. But if the sky is falling, I'm gonna raise a topic that I know nobody's gonna be happy with, but I think it's worth talking about. And that is a decision that we made earlier involving the sand shed. The sand shed from the road department, we could do a levy shift from the road fund because, this is in my estimation, I hate to sound too critical, but building that sand shed was definitely not a priority to me. And if we are allowed to do a levy shift, I would rather see that levy shift go into our operating budget to retain as many employees as we could. And I think it's legal to do that. We don't have a fat road fund by any stretch of the imagination. But if the sky is falling as portrayed, I don't see any reason why we would wanna finish up on a project that's been hanging fire for 10 years. I think we should rethink that and, see if we can't, put a halt to that particular contract, save that $1 million, do a levy shift diversion into some of these other areas where we're needing funding. I just can't see why we're doing this. I know it's a sore subject, but I still think it's worth discussing. I'm ready.
Commissioner, as you may remember, the board cannot change the road levy shift in 2020. You only can do that at the beginning of the year, which you did for 2020. If the board is considering additional road levy shift, it has to be for 2021 and 2022.
Okay, that being as it is, even if we shifted that money and, we are allowed to borrow from other funds to make up a shortfall, we just have to have the ability to lay out how that fund is gonna be paid back. I think there is some maneuvering. We're gonna have to get creative and think out of the box and start saving where we can. We might have to stretch where we get money from to put into some of our more crucial and more priority operating. So just a point of interest, I think we need to start thinking out of the box if we're gonna really address this. So those are just some rough solutions.
I have a question for you, Robin, and that is, we do quite a bit of shifting and playing chess pieces with funds going back and forth, and so it's not even outside the box thinking. That's standard what we do routinely, it seems. But if Commissioner Edwards, if his assumptions were as if this happened, if we do that, and if we were, and it doesn't sound like we can, if we were to save $1 million, that's just a one-time input, but it's not an ongoing savings. Is that correct? It's just like a little shot in the arm?
If we're talking about the sand shed, eliminating that project would be a one-time reduction in expenditures in public works. And how much money and how often or how long you continue a levy shift would be up to the discretion of the board. I think that in one of our other budget discussions, we talked about the state of the road fund. And you saw that the road fund is already spending more revenue than it's bringing in. And if it's certainly your prerogative to increase the levy shift, but at that point in time, you should also be talking about what services the road fund provides that you would be reducing.
I would add, just by way of commentary, this is directed to you, Commissioner Edwards, that what I believe what you're saying is we need to look at every single option, everything that's available to us, and make the best decisions based on all the information. But it's not really outside the box. We do this routinely anyway. But I'm looking, I agree with him that we need to look at every single option that's available, not only just for an immediate return or savings, but something that's sustainable over time, at least for the next 2 years or so, or 3.
Yes, sir. I agree with you in that regard. And I think as we move through this, that's why I asked about the attrition amount, because if we're having a standard attrition of about 10%, that just is the normal course of doing business for a multitude of different reasons, I believe as we go along, we're going to have to accept that as the new reality until we get through this process. So by figuring in that 10% that we're going to lose, and we'll probably even have to look at furloughs at some point if we get far enough down the track. That'd be one of my last concerns, I guess, that we tap that, if you will. I think that if we figure in the 10% attrition that's bound to happen, and maybe there'll be incentives that come down the road for early retirements in some cases. I know the state is talking about that. I think we can survive this. Yes, we're gonna downsize our workforce some, but I think it's doable, so.
A couple of thoughts.
Sure.
In relation to attrition, the board has made a decision to exclude the sheriffs and corrections.
That's
And-
right.
And that is a lot of that attrition that occurs on a yearly basis.
That's a piece of that. You're
So
right.
that the 10% will not materialize as perhaps as stated. So
Well-
it will be a lot less. Secondly, I would like to probe with the board to really look at the graph. And in 2020, perhaps there may not be an issue. But look at 21 and 2022, it's not about $1 million gap. In 2022, we're going down. So there's a $12 million gap in 2022 if the board doesn't address expenditures this year.
Long-term.
And that is, for me, that is my concern. And I understand the decisions the board has are difficult. I don't envy you the positions that you are in. That I strongly encourage you for you to start addressing expenditures in 2020 to soften the impact in 2021 and 2022. And with all due respect, borrowing from other funds one time is not going to address the long-term aspects of the crisis that we're facing. And I don't know how much I can stress the fact that you really need to address expenditures.
I agree with the county manager, and I think that if we look at the exempt positions, looking at law enforcement needs and the community needs, we're going into some tough times. I don't think it's any time to cut law enforcement. If anything, I think we need to keep law enforcement at full strength, because that's going to be a big issue later on. I do think that that is about 20% of our workforce that we won't be figuring in. So if we started off with 11% as a routine attrition, and now we deduct 20%, let's say 8%. Well, we're still gonna make up a piece of that in that fashion, and that's gonna be the new reality that we have to deal with. And I think incrementally, we will make a recovery, but for right now, I think we're obligated to put together a plan. And I think that a big piece of this is gonna be the accrual amount of money referred to in our ending fund balance. And we keep being told, well, the accrual is not there. That's just kind of smoke and mirrors. Well, that's really not true, because every year we're gonna have that accrual amount show up after the fact, if you will. And I think Robin could explain that to us if she wanted,
So-
if the rest of you wanted that.
One more piece of information related to attrition.
Uh-huh.
The board already took action on those positions that are vacant. And you took an action to sweep those vacancies.
Some of those, yes.
All the vacancies that were available as of May 20, 2020, which you estimated $1.1 million as a result of that action. So the 10% attrition is not going to materialize because you already took those actions to take advantage of that.
I'm talking about moving into the future, say the next 5 years, that it's gonna add up to that as we go along. This isn't an instant fix, but it is a long-term fix. So just food for thought, I don't know, conversation. We're gonna have to come up with some solutions.
Robin?
So I just have a question for Commissioner Edwards to make sure that I understand what he's suggesting. When you talk about attrition and an attrition rate of, let's say, 8%, if that's what it turns out to be. Are you suggesting that when the county has a vacancy, that position, instead of getting filled, would be eliminated?
Yes, I basically am, until we see better times on the horizon.
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure I understood what the proposal was.
Okay.
Commissioner Menser, do you have anything for the good of the order?
No.
All right. Well, I tell you what, this is, I knew this was gonna come today, and I knew it was gonna be a tough decision, tough discussion. And as in a prior life, you always expect for the best, but you plan for the worst, and you always have a plan B. And I never expected a pandemic and all the other outfall from that or fallout from that. So we did have a plan A that we already took action on May 22nd, and we knew that wasn't the end of it, and that wasn't going to solve the problem of the issue. But looking at the graph and where we're going to assume to be in 2022 is very scary. And so managing expectations, I have to expect the worst and plan for that. So it seems with that the largest amount of costs are personnel costs. When you're talking about wages and healthcare, all the benefits that go with it. And I am not in any way, shape, or form in favor of any layoffs. But somehow we need to mitigate some of those costs over time. But what I would expect, again, as managing my expectations, that whatever this board may do to mitigate costs, personnel costs, I would be a part of that. Because I won't make decisions for employees and not be a part of that as myself. Whatever legally I can do, I would be a part of that as well.
Ramirez waving his arm.
Oh, I couldn't see it. All right, it's your virtual background, Ramiro. Go ahead.
Sorry, commissioners, I'm sure you probably plan to take a quick break pretty soon. Before you take the break, I'd like to introduce a proposal for you. And I know early in the conversation, the board made a decision, a determination at this point, you will not like to consider furlough or any type of reductions in terms of working hours for employees. I don't want to be disrespectful with the board. Perhaps we don't like to follow directions. That's not the point. But I'd like to introduce the option of furloughs for your consideration. So maybe after the break, we can probably look into further as to what my suggestion will be for the board to consider.
Thank you for that. And I'll go find the Alka-Seltzer. But what I hope to get from the financial folks that are very brainiac-ish, much bigger than me, any options and all options that will help mitigate the cost, to include furlough. That I've got to say it, but any other options that will really get us to where we're going.
Okay, so I'd like to suggest that when we come back from the break, before we talk about the furlough options, let's look at the details of the current options that are on the table, that the direction that you've already given and how that gets us here. Because if there are going to be any changes to what you've already directed, then we need to adjust those numbers to find out what your new target is.
Okay.
Okay, so this seems to be a good time for a break.
So I'm going to round up, as you do in the budget world. I'm going to round up, and it is 9:45. We'll be back at 10 a.m., 10 o'clock, 15-minute break. Thank you. to continuing discussion on the budget, the county's budget, work session for the Board of County Commissioners. And it's still June 25th, 2020. And we left off with, let's take a break. But I think it's with Romero where we left off. I might be wrong.
I think that the plan now is to walk through the details of the reduction that's currently in the system and then talk about additional steps that the board may like to take.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get the distracting things off my screen. So we're going to start to go through the details in the system. This is going to feel very much like any other budget review session that we do. I'm going to take you step by step through the items that are in the system. The first item is revenue. These sheets that we're going to walk through are all in your packet. So I know the screen is small. I'm going to try to make it a little bigger, but you do have these pages in your packets. So revenue change, we have not entered anything in the system yet for the anticipated reduction of sales tax and property tax, but the clerk and Public Works have done estimates of revenue losses due to COVID. And what you see here is that the clerk is anticipating in the general fund that there will be collections that are reduced from all of their different lines of collection. So general fund reduction of revenue from the clerk is $62,000. In other funds, the clerk has a family court services fund. They anticipate revenue reductions in that fund of $166,000. Public Works is anticipating revenue losses, the largest from the MVET, but they believe that developmental review receipts will be down by about 97,000, that the MVET reduction will be just under 1.3 million. And
What was that, Robin? Could you say that again?
the MVET,
Is that the motor vehicle?
motor vehicle fuel tax that is passed through from CRAB, that is the County Road Administrative Board. They have the CRAB is a state agency, and they have already provided information to local jurisdictions on the anticipated revenue loss of the motor vehicle fuel tax, also called MVET.
And that's number 5?
That is line 5,
Yeah,
and
okay.
they're anticipating a reduction in revenue to the road fund of the loss of MVET of almost $1.3 million. So this is a further impact on your road fund.
Wow.
Right, just as a point of interest, I think that's all the more reasons to rethink the darn sand shed. I know nobody wants to talk about that, but by golly, I just don't see that we need to move forward on that. So enough said, good enough.
2 other funds are impacted. The anticipated reduction in revenue to your Parks and Trails Fund, because we are not renting out parks or associated facilities due to COVID-19. So they're anticipating revenue lost there of $17,000. And then the other fund that the clerk has, the legal financial obligations collection, they anticipate reductions of approximately $73,000 in their collections to that fund. So total impact to the general fund of only this analysis, because there's more to come on revenue losses, but 62,000 at this time in general fund and other fund impact 1.6 million.
Can you, Robin, would you, the final one, number 7, the legal financial obligations collection fund, can you explain that to me? I'm looking at the statement of need and I just need a better understanding of it.
So again, we haven't had very much time with these, but I believe that what the clerk is telling us is that they anticipate, if you add the 3 clerk's items together,
Mhm.
62,000 in the general fund, 166 in family court, and the 73, I think it adds up to this $301,000.
301.
But they have a number of revenue streams. So collections from people who owe money to the county for court fines and fees, being the number one collection that the clerk does. That's probably the biggest part of this, but they have not been we don't have the specifics yet.
Okay, yeah, that those 3 totaled up is 235,780.
All right,
Okay.
that's something we can follow up on, but we'll see
wanted-
more. This is
All
just
right.
the start of the reductions
Thank you.
in revenue. One of the items that the board directed for the budget reduction was a reduction in contributions to the ER&R fund. Trying to make this bigger. So the target was to reduce contributions to ER&R by 300,000 in the general fund. In order to be fair and equitable and pass audit and meet state legal requirements, we estimated a similar reduction in other funds and distributed it across all funds based on the amount that they're paying in. So here's the distribution. The auditor contribution is reduced by $1,634. These are in dollars. The assessor is reduced $9,711. CPED $921. So, and down the list, the coroner has vehicles. These are the departments that have vehicles, by the way. 3,000 for the coroner, about 2,000 for emergency management, 3,500 roughly for juvenile court, 10,000 for sheriff corrections, and the biggest bulk of the reduction of the payment to ER&R is $269,000 in the sheriff's law enforcement, because in the general fund, the bulk of the cars belong to the sheriff. Then you see reductions in other offices and departments, mainly public works. Some of the large equipment the public works pays into would not be purchased. That's why public works has a reduction of $767,000. And on it goes. For total savings in the general fund of 300,000, other fund savings of 1.6 million, for a total reduction in contributions to ER&R of $1.2 million. And then ER&R would also, again, not purchase that road equipment. That's why these two numbers are not the same. Yes, Commissioner Menser, I see your hand.
So, and then, is there like do we correspondingly reduce the budget allocation to those departments for the
That's
corresponding amounts? Okay,
that is exactly what we're doing here. In each of these offices and departments, we're reducing their budget by these amounts,
oh, I see, I got
and
you.
then the revenue to ER&R is reduced by the total that the offices and departments will not be paying in to the reserve fund.
Got it.
So that's how we got to the amount that the board directed to reduce ER&R. Hearing no questions or changes to that. The next one we'll look at is savings for the hiring pause or hiring freeze or chill, however you'd like to phrase that. So we had projected if we paused hiring for 3 months, if we didn't even start recruitment for 3 months, because we're already gaining the savings from just the time it takes to recruit, that wouldn't be new savings. So savings for 3 months, and we exclude 24/7 offices, that we think we could get savings of $205,000. But as we've talked about in the review of the exemption requests, we never know where the positions are going to become vacant. So the challenge was, how do we distribute these savings when we don't know which offices or departments are going to actually incur the savings? There's really no great method. So basically what we did is we took the general fund savings and we spread it across all general fund offices and departments, excluding the 24/7 operations, just prorated based on the amount of salaries that we have. So basically these offices and departments will have to come up with this much in savings, whether it's through holding vacancies or some other method, because we have no way to redistribute this as you make decisions. You've also seen that every position that has become vacant since May 22nd, the officer department with the vacancy has asked for an exception to the pause for every position that's become vacant so far. So it's highly unlikely, if you continue to approve these exceptions, that there will be any savings due to a hiring pause. So again, these offices and departments, this just becomes one more item that you have to figure out how you will incur savings to meet your reduced appropriation. So does that make sense?
Sadly, it does make sense,
Yeah, it does.
because for every exception, we've discussed it and looked at it and dug deep into it and approved them.
The positions that are becoming vacant are necessary.
Yeah,
We have very few positions in the county that are not considered essential.
yeah, but the headline is, the Board of County Commissioners institute a hiring chill, right? Or position chill, but not really.
I would say to you, and I think that this will come as no surprise to any of you, that my personal opinion on hiring freezes is they are completely ineffective at saving money. I've never seen one yet in state or county government that actually incurs savings when there's an exemption process.
Right, I get that, yeah.
Yeah, so what you're seeing here is normal.
normalcy in an abnormal time. Any questions or comments, commissioners?
No,
Okay,
All right,
Go ahead.
so we're going to go ahead and include these reductions spread in this fashion. The next list is the vacant position savings. Now, there's two documents here. I'm gonna pull up the savings and how they're distributed. But the other document that becomes important in this conversation is the actual vacancy list. So here's where the reductions falls for eliminating vacancies. The clerk's office has a reduction of $311,402. Community planning, about 109,000. Human resources, 56,000. The prosecuting attorney, $305,000 from the general fund. Public defense, 162,000, and Superior Court, 168,000. These are the general fund, and then you see the rest of the positions in the other offices and departments in non-general fund money. So the reason that it falls out this way, and by the way, some offices and departments bought positions off the list. So let's look at the list, because this is the backup document where you see what's happening. And I should also mention that you have received letters from both the clerk and the prosecutor protesting the position elimination because it falls very heavily on those two offices.
can I back up just briefly, Robin, to the previous vacant positions sheet? Items number 15 and 16 are human resources, the exact same amount, one's for unemployment compensation and the other is insurance risk. Is that just the one FTE that does both of those? And that position is vacant? Or what, it doesn't make sense here.
So the one position that human resources has, if you see line 3, part of that position is charged to the general fund and part of the position is charged to these two other funds. It's the way I think one position is allocated across the funds. So you'd have to add up those 3 to get the total cost, or rather the total savings of eliminating the position.
does that add up 16 and 3? Is that what you're talking about?
3, 15, and 16. If you add those 3 together, what does that come to? About
Okay, I got it.
No, wait, what's it come to?
roughly $70,000. I'm
Okay.
doing some quick and dirty.
14.
So
Okay, thank you.
that is human resources is Department 22. So that 22, right? It's this one. The administrative assistant 2 in human resources. So the total savings is $69,677 for that position. That's how that plays out.
Thank you.
Sure. When you look at this list, the first, see these department numbers to the left? I have to remember my department numbers. It's a challenge for me still. But Department 5 is the clerk's office. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions on this reduction list. A business application tech, And then clerks, judicial proceeding specialists, 2, and 2 clerk judicial support specialists. All of these positions would be eliminated to add up to that 311,000 reduction in the clerk's office.
Robin, can you, real quick, I mean, if it's, so for example, one of the clerk's positions and a couple of the others are, say, new ITA, and those are work that's just going to get billed and funded. So how is that a savings to us to eliminate that?
So if you eliminate these positions, it would not be filled. There would be no position to fill.
Right, but I'm saying if we didn't eliminate the position,
then there would be no savings.
But I think Commissioner Mason stated that if those positions are gonna get revenue from the BHO.
yeah, they're just being added to be funded through the BHO. I mean, I don't, seems like those are not saving us any money.
So the clerk could have, if any position was backed by revenue and the office or department contacted me, we exempted it from this list. So the clerk did not ask for that exemption. We could certainly do that. We were making that decision for others. So like if you see the Superior Court Coordinator, the exemption on that position, I think that is one. I don't have my exemption
The
approved.
comment says exempted 6-1 in the comment line.
Right. So they reached out to us and I think this one had already had an offer on it. Denise, can you explain why the Superior Court Coordinator position was?
My recollection is that it was backed by the revenue, and that's why.
Thank you. Yes, they have revenue to back it up. If they had asked for this court security officer, we would have exempted it. If the clerk had asked for the new ITE or the judicial support specialist, we would have exempted it, but I did not hear from them. So we could certainly exempt it now.
Well, I mean, is there any chance that it's half and half or something, or is it 100% dedicated to ITA? Do we know that?
We don't know that. We also have heard that the BHO, that the total amounts that were going to be charged to the BHO were too high. So the revenue from the BHO was not going to be as much as originally anticipated. We haven't had time to kind of track that down yet.
I just sent them an email, so hopefully we get something back soon.
Okay.
Very good.
And what's Department 6? Is that court? Is that a Superior Court?
Yes.
Okay, so there's 2 different ones there that are ITA related, non-exempted. One for the clerk, one for Superior Court.
Right.
Okay.
We find it very interesting that Superior Court asked to have one of their ITA positions exempted and not both.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
And we'll also find out about the clerks, if those are being backfilled out of the BHO. We'll find that out.
It would just be this one that was related to ITA. There could be more.
Okay.
Here's the ones that we did exempt: the Superior Court Coordinator, Juvenile Court was exempt by the board as a 24/7 operation. The Deputy prosecuting attorney was eliminated in Amendment 3. That was part of that item where they had a reduction in the family support grant. So they reduced this position. They eliminated the position, so we have no savings to take there in Amendment 4. The items in orange are items where these positions were created, but the cost is being absorbed and the board had not added funding into the budget. Because you didn't add funding in the budget, there's no funding to take out of the budget. So these costs were being absorbed. This court assistant position ends in a couple of weeks on 6/30. So it would have gone away anyway. The legal assistant in orange, that position ends the end of December at the end of this year. So basically you're just moving the end date up in a vacant position. Items in blue are exempt for various reasons. The associate planner, I know a few of these already had, I think this planner was grant funded.
Which one, Robin?
The associate planner in Department 27.
The one that's in blue already had an offer on the table.
Offer on the table. Thank you, Denise.
Right. And the green was on the buyback list.
Right. So again, items in green are the positions where the office and department put up additional savings in order to buy the position back.
And then the white associated planner means, I thought is this somebody who's not revenue funded through fees and whatnot?
We're assuming that they are not revenue funded. The department did not indicate that there was revenue that would pay for these positions.
So outside revenue to
Right.
But it was part of the budget,
Well, this planner is paid for general fund.
general fund.
yes.
Then we move on to the non-general fund positions. The assistant county manager, had it been filled, it would have been absorbed by central services, but money was not added to the budget for that position or the budget and fiscal manager position. Although the budget and fiscal manager position, we came up with additional savings to buy that position back. There are 3 positions in central services that are being bought back. The facility services supervisor, the facility services manager, and an accounting analyst here. The senior office assistant is technically filled, so that was exempted. There are quite a few positions in CPED and Public Works where additional savings were offered in other areas to buy these positions back. And also in IT, you see the same thing. Basically, what you're seeing with the buyback positions is this is an indication of the conversation that we've had, that vacancies rarely come up in positions that an office or department feels they can do without. So for example, the accounting analyst in central services, there are other positions that I would cut before I cut this, because this position affects finances that affect the entire county. And it's an essential position, and we could not function in central services without it. And it supports not only central services, but also information technology. Since IT is losing the support positions. So what you see is offices and departments buying these positions back because they're considered critical. If we exempt more of these positions, then that will, so before I go there, all of the positions that are not highlighted, that they are white, are being eliminated unless the board makes a different decision today. But all other positions that are being eliminated would then reduce the amount of savings, either the $1,110,000 of general fund or 1.9 million in other funds, depending on where the position is. So my question to you is, considering the petitions you received from the clerk and the prosecutor, as well as knowing that some offices and departments have bought positions back, are you comfortable moving forward with the eliminations that are listed on these 2 pages?
I have a question for you, Robin.
Yes, sir.
Going down through all these positions, it was really hard to keep track of which line, I guess, you were on, because where it's under department, you know, it's Department 27, Department 29, Department 34, whatever the department was, but multiple lines associated with each one of those departments. For me, I would sure like to have something that had a line number all the way down that page, so you could say, well, on line 14, Department 34, so I was not able to actually get a good comprehension of this discussion that we just had. Now, maybe I'm a little slow, I don't know where my seatmates are on it, but that was tough to follow, and those are major decision points, I guess. So I'll just wait and see what my seatmates have to say about that.
Well, I don't diagnose, Gary, so I don't know if you're slow or not. I have a question just off, that's not a bad suggestion. That would help me as well. But I have a question. The positions in white, with the exception of the ones we spoke of just a few minutes ago that might be backfilled by the VHO, we're gonna find that out. But the positions in white are the ones that will be eliminated. And are these the ones each department has offered up?
No, these are not necessarily ones that the offices or departments have offered up. These are positions that were vacant as of May 22nd
Okay,
by, by design or by chance. My facilities manager position, I just didn't get an offer out fast enough.
okay.
So I
And
bought it back.
the way I'm going with that is, I do not really want to go down each of the white listed personnel or positions, but what stands out is a defense attorney in department number 24, halfway down that sheet.
Yep.
It wasn't filled, and and apparently they're not fighting for it, is what I'm getting though, because they're not asking to buy it back.
Well,
not looking-
not necessarily they don't fighting for it, they just don't have the means to buy it back because everything is out of the general fund.
Okay.
Could I comment on that, Chair?
Sure. I just want to, just let me finish real quick.
Okay.
And that is, I want to keep, in my head anyway, keep defense balanced with prosecution. I would hate to be have either one of those be at a disadvantage where we have far more defense attorneys than we have prosecutors, or conversely, because that causes more backfill in that in defense. And that impacts people's ability to get representation or have equal access to courts or to their cases being heard, in my simplistic head. But Patrick's not here to talk about that or defend it. So go ahead, Gary.
I guess, following up on your comments, I would like to, and it would benefit me to know, both from the prosecution and the defense side of things, how is this pandemic affecting, those individuals that end up facing, legal jeopardy, if you will? It seems like my estimation is, many of our arrests are down, referrals are down. So is that something that we could look at and say, well, we've had an equal amount of reduction for both the prosecution and the defense, and how long is that likely to continue in this new reality that we're dealing with?
Commissioner Menzer, go ahead, please. I was hoping you'd chime in.
So I'm focused on Robin's question about the clerk, and I'm looking, and I've reviewed Ms. Enlow's letter, and so my question: there's 5 positions, and I'll leave the ITA one aside, so I'll focus on the 4. And her letter indicates that she was in the process of interviewing and hiring for 4 of those 4 positions. Does anyone have at their fingertips the total staffing of the clerk's office? I mean, what percentage of her workforce is 4 positions like that? Is it 10% or 20%? Does anybody know what the clerk's office?
We can look that up pretty quick.
I'm just concerned on that one because, we dealt with the prosecutor's office, and it looks like he's found a way to buy back his deputy prosecuting attorney. He was going to leave that chief position open. There's 2 legal assistants, but we responded. The whole buyback sort of concept was in response to the letter we got from the prosecutor's office. And I'm comfortable with the rest of these, with the rest of this list and scheme, other than the clerk. I'm just feeling like these are not positions that were sitting, the assumption was these were positions that were kind of sitting there and they were making do without them. But to hear that 4 positions, which may be 10 or more percent of their total workforce, were being actively interviewed and hired, and the clerk stopped not knowing what we were going to do, which I respect. And then that creates a situation where there may be critical functions of the court that aren't going to be able to be accomplished. So I'm still a little concerned about that one area.
So while Denise looks up the total number of FTEs in the clerk, I would like to clarify that the prosecutor did not buy any of their positions back. The deputy prosecuting attorney was eliminated in amendment number 3. And then the legal assistant that is in gold was never funded. So all of those positions for the prosecutor are being eliminated unless you make a different decision today.
Can I jump in here, Chair? So I guess I can, right?
Commissioner Hutchins?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Gary.
I think this dilemma that we find ourselves in is systematic, I guess, of what we deal with oftentimes here in the administration of the county business. And that is that all of us have questions about certain line items or what that we're dealing with and gonna make a decision on, but we really don't all get an answer, and yet we're expected to make that decision. So I'd kind of like to see some of the answers, and I don't mind extending this into tomorrow or whatever it takes, but I'm not crazy about making these decisions when we don't have answers to go along with the potential decision. before we make it. So Commissioner Menzer has questions, you know, about the clerk, and I've got questions, and the prosecutor. I got questions about defense and the clerk. And here we are, we're being told, well, we don't know that yet. And yet we're supposed to make a decision. So I realize everybody's under the gun, but I don't feel comfortable making decisions when I don't have all the facts. So I just bring that up.
And I agree with that. It's gonna take, shouldn't take that long to get the information that we need. Can we make other decisions with those questions aside though? Can we keep going, moving forward?
So I
Go
think
ahead,
Denise
Rob.
has an answer to at least one of your questions.
Okay,
So for the clerk's office, they have roughly 40 FTEs.
So we're slashing 10% of their workforce basically by doing this, which would be like taking, 12 or 13 sheriffs off the road or whatever. Okay, well, I guess I would like to, and again, maybe I'm agreeing with Gary on this, that I would like to hear if we were going to exempt one of these positions, from the clerk, which one would be the most essential to getting her core functions accomplished. To me, it looks like, this was a good way to kind of get started and see if we could get there without having to, drop the heavier hammers, so to speak. But it's feeling to me like we're not going to be able to avoid that. So making these I'm more willing to make these adjustments because I think we're going to end up having to do something more across the board anyway. So there's no reason to disproportionately hurt and cripple one of our core departments just because they happen to stop hiring a 10% of their workforce at the time that the pandemic hit.
especially in light of what you said, that she stopped, knowing that we were having these discussions a while back and waiting to see, out of respect, waiting to see what happens. I mean, that seems like the responsible thing to do. So yeah, I agree. Go ahead, Robin. I cut you off.
I'm trying to understand what the proposal is. Is it to take the ITA funded position for the clerk and the court, as well as one other position of the clerk's choice off this list?
That's a good way to summarize what I was trying to say.
That makes sense, but I guess I'll throw one other thing out. The county manager did bring up the potential of furloughs in one fashion or another. And so maybe we're going through a arm wrestling contest here that we really don't have to go through right now. I'm just wondering if we heard about his proposal, could we also take that into consideration and what that might end up being as far as a cost savings? I looked to the county manager to see if that's something he'd be interested in pursuing, and I looked to the chair the chair of the board to see if that doesn't make sense.
That's what I was proposing a bit ago. Until we got these answers, are there other steps and decisions we can make to keep the ball rolling? And Denise provided that information for the clerk's office. 10% is quite a bit. So I don't mind doing the way you summarized it, Robin. And even if we wanted to get more information on another one or two positions, I'm willing to have that other discussion because we're going to have to go there anyway. This what we're looking at here is not going to save the bank all by itself.
But it's not going to, but it was part of the overall strategy.
Right.
So, I understand the questions, I understand the struggle, and I understand how difficult this is for the board. And also I understand that it's just I'm gonna use my words, for the sheer luck for those positions that were vacant on the May 22, 2020, they were considered as an elimination as a broad approach, I understand all that. But there's some of the decisions that you made at that time, and here we are trying to confirm the decisions that you made at some point. So staff is not arguing one word or the other, or give you an argument whether one position has a larger impact to the county or not, because I believe that each position has an impact to county services. Every single budget reduction that you may be considering today has impacts to services we provide to the citizens. Every single decision that you might be considering today will have perhaps an impact on county employees as well.
Right.
And that is, I'm sorry to say, but this is just the nature of this conversation. It's extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult in tasking. But it is something that I encourage the board, you must go through this process. Because I believe the board and we as a staff and the administration have a larger obligations to address the pandemic and the impacts on our financial impacts of the county. I don't know how else we can go through this without going through this painful analysis and the painful process. But it's something I believe that we ought to go through it, and as difficult as it is.
So are you, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Tell me, are you looking at Romero? Are you suggesting that we just take all the positions in white and just approve them to be gone?
You know, there is always going to be questions, and I don't want to come across that I want to push the board in a position to make rush decisions, as Commissioner Edwards' concerns are. But again, this is just a bring back the decisions that you made back in May to confirm that in fact this is something you'd like to continue on. Because if you don't like to continue on, then the gap will get bigger and larger. So then you have to exercise other options to mitigate for that gap.
Well, by and large, the positions in white that we've talked about, I'm okay with. It's just the ones we've just been focusing on that I had concerns with. It sounds like go ahead, Ty. It sounds like my statements were pretty much the same. Go ahead, Ty.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that we did this strategy, and I think wisely, then we had a kind of a looking back and letting departments react to it. It could have been so disproportionate and unfair that we decided to scrap the whole concept. That's not how I see this. I see this as pretty good approach. There's just one or two little wrinkles that I think we could fine tune, and what I'm proposing to add a clerk's position just to kind of smooth out the inequity.
Yeah.
But to me, that's a very minor adjustment to an overall approach that I'm okay with.
Yeah, and I do agree that those positions that come with revenue, in this case the VHO, I may consider suggesting the board to take those and exempt those positions because they come with revenue, outside revenue. And just because perhaps the clerk's office didn't make an argument for those positions because they come with revenue, perhaps you may consider those taken out of this list.
Olivia, please make us smarter.
No, Tawny emailed me back and said that position that says new to ITA, that does have revenue and it's not a burden to the general fund.
Good.
Yeah, so that I would assume I haven't heard back on the court security officer.
We don't know why they didn't request exemption for that. They just didn't.
Maybe because they were sending a letter as is, but I do not know.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. That's good information. Because it might be very much the same for the court security officer and
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So we've also received a letter from the prosecutor's office. Not a letter, but an email came in just this morning. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can find it.
That didn't come to all of us?
Let me look.
I didn't get it.
It only came to Denise and I.
Okay,
And there are 3 positions associated with the victims fund that the prosecutor is asking to have taken off the list. So let's see.
That's because there's revenue that come with them, right? Out of the victims fund?
Well, the
I'll
I'm
find
gonna
that.
say yes. I'm just gonna say yes. It's not external one of them is funded by a grant, but the others appear to be funded with just normal county penalties and assessments. So I'm gonna try to find,
Was that the chief criminal prosecuting attorney?
here's no, it would be, the only one on the list is the victim advocate. That if you look at other funds,
Where's that at?
Right here, it says other
halfway
funds,
the page 1.
Yeah,
under 9,
Yep,
Department
it's
9.
Department 9, a single one, okay. Good
Got
enough. Got it. So much easier that'd be if there was a line there to point to.
I
An arrow?
Yeah, something.
So let's see, 09R0318.
Point taken.
Position is supported by revenue from the victim witness penalty assessments and the DVA penalty assessments within the fund. And they are asking for it to be taken off the vacancy list.
So, and I'm okay with that, but is this something that we all should know, or they should have seen it and like John, 2 times doing the prosecutor, let us know? I mean, are there others in the white now that are supported by funding if we don't know it?
It's possible. I mean,
my
they
gosh.
knew we had invited all of the offices and departments to reach out to Romero and I to discuss any item on this list, but the prosecutor's office sent you a letter, and so
Yeah.
did the clerk. So instead of working with Romero and me to address items on this list, they appealed directly to you.
Oh, nice, okay.
I had also in a meeting with the CPED director had thought that he had revenue supported positions that were on our list, at least originally. Now, maybe I see a couple of colors here and maybe they made those adjustments, but I encouraged him. I said, yeah, I mean, I support, if it's revenue supported, it doesn't make any sense to
Yeah.
have that on the list.
We
And-
agree.
And Josh did say that there was, I think it was 4 associate planners or 4 of his positions that are paid for by the applicant for the project.
And he submitted a good plan to buy back those positions. And if anything, I give kudos to Josh because it was a very robust plan that he presented. And I think
Oh,
with the
very good.
intent of the board's direction.
Very good.
But well, I don't want to make this more complicated, but he theoretically shouldn't have had to buy back those positions because we could have exempted them because they're supported by their own independent standing revenue.
Well, but that's the direction that you took to every position on the non-general fund, and that was all the positions below, was the other funds, which includes public works and everything else. Because they have their independent revenue stream, but that was not the direction of the board.
So I have a suggestion. Since we're still dinking and fiddling with the positions in white, but keeping to not only this time frame of 35 more minutes for this discussion, we still need to talk about county-wide policy, but keeping also with the timeline or time frame of a July, I forgot what the day was, I have it written down, the July to approve our amendments or approve the budget as it is. I want to move on and talk about overarching policy for the county that's going to be impactful to many people, 1,000 people or so. But we can't leave this. Is this something the white positions we can come back to and still maintain the time frame to get this done?
If we do it quickly, like in the next day or two.
Like
Let me
Monday?
look at your calendar, but it would have to be very soon.
Respectfully, not, sorry, I didn't know if you could see me. I did
Yeah,
hear back
I didn't.
from Georgia that security officer is the same thing. It has its own revenue that's been
Right,
funded.
Okay,
So yeah, there are a few that we could go back and exempt.
okay.
When you say has his own revenue, I guess that, I question that. What's that about? What does a security officer bring in revenue?
No, it's backfilled by the BHO.
There's the
Yeah.
ITA,
Yeah, but-
BHO.
And so that's where the revenue comes from, is from that fund. Okay,
It's not a fund, it's from a payment from an external source.
yeah, not a drain on our general fund.
We could say it that way.
Okay.
And then since we may be leaving this topic, I just have to point out that we've given two avenues. One is a buyback through budget savings. The other is sounds like just contacting Ramiro or Robin and saying exempt it because it's got its own independent external revenue source. So my point is, if Josh pursued the buyback and he could have pursued the second path of exemption, then that was my point, that there were two paths, not one.
So Josh did pursue the exemption for his general fund position that is grant funded. One of the positions on this list, one of the associate planners, is grant funded and was exempted. Oh, no, it was, so we'll have to check with Josh. We'll
Okay,
have to double check with Josh. Because if any of these positions was grant funded, and I specifically asked him about that, and he said none of these ones were.
Hey, Robin, what's Department 6? Can you tell me that again?
6 is Superior Court.
What, and up there on the first page, I guess, under general fund, under 6, what is the administrative services manager? What is that?
So I think that because the court has appointed Georgia as their finance person for both juvenile and Superior Court, that this admin services manager position is sitting vacant. It had been filled in the past, but Georgia's doing both jobs now. And the court would have offered these savings in partial support of having a new judge,
Yeah.
but the position is on the elimination list.
Okay,
So the savings that they talked about on Tuesday, when they asked the board to approve a new judge position,
yeah, okay.
they wouldn't have those savings. You will have scooped them up for this exercise.
Yeah,
so are my seatmates comfortable with all the positions in white go away unless they're, Robin or Romero are notified that they're supported by funding? They have revenue, they're revenue supported.
With the exception of letting the clerk choose one of her positions.
Yes,
Friendly amendment.
yes, absolutely, yes. And are you okay with that, Gary, too, at this point?
yeah.
Okay,
So let me see if I understand your, just for my own benefit, I'm sorry about that. So for the clerk's positions, you're gonna accept the new, the one that is funded, the clerk's judicial support specialist that is with new ITA label, which that comes with revenue from BHO. So that's out of this decision. As well as the core security officer on number 6 is out of this discussion. And as I understand the friendly amendment by Commissioner Minzer, the clerk's office will decide to what position they like to save out of the other positions that don't bring any revenue. Is
Of the
that-
other four.
Of the other four, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that, okay, so
That's
I
the way I see
understand.
it, yeah.
You got that, Robin, Denise?
I think I do. All right, so we'll go one more time out to people, make sure that nothing on this list is funded with external revenue. And the clerk will choose one position to buy back without having to create other savings.
Right, so
Right.
pretty much saving that position, a position for her to keep with no additional reductions.
Exempt, it will exempt one. All right, got it. All right. So,
Did we just, and Robin, sorry, did we decide to agree, we agreed on the victim's advocate?
I think so, because that was paid for.
I
Okay.
think so, because it's in the,
It's revenue supported.
Wanted
there
to
are
make
two
sure.
other positions that the prosecutor has brought up. One of the legal assistants apparently should be paid from the victims fund. If that's the case, then we'll shift the costs and save that position. And then the third position is a victim advocate that I don't find on the list, so I'll have to do a little more review. But if they're all three funded from other funds, we'll take them off the list as well with that exemption criteria in mind.
Good.
All right.
What's next?
So next, I've got to close these. And the next part of this is the 2% reductions.
I'm gonna stop you there, because I need to ask Romero, this is scheduled till 11:30.
Yeah,
Can we go to noon?
yeah, we can extend that as long as you need to. I think it's-
Okay,
I will ask Amy to extend this until 1 o'clock at least, just to make sure you have enough time.
yes, well, I have a 12:45
Okay,
appointment, so we can get a lot done between now and then.
so just before you leave the previous item, Robin, I'd like to confirm that the same approach on the positions apply to the other funds. Because we just discussed on the general fund, so the other funds apply the same. Just
I-
going to confirm that with the board. Because on the spreadsheet that we had a discussion on the general fund funded positions. But also there are other fund vacant positions. I like to think that probably the same approach should apply to those positions as well, because there are some buyback positions on other funds. There are positions there, they're gonna be eliminated. There wasn't, the ones in white, and the other ones are exempt. Just like to globalize that discussion and decision.
Right.
Which ones you looking at, Robin?
Well, the public works positions are all funded through revenue sources, not necessarily grants, but
Well, can I comment on that, please?
Oh, wait, let her finish real quick
that's
first.
why we're asking this question. But everything in other funds has an independent revenue source.
Right.
Okay, go ahead, Gary.
Except we are, recognizing that the crab board is saying there's gonna be quite a reduction in road fund coming in. You know, so how does that pencil in? So if we have that reduction coming, then we don't have funding for all those positions.
And I believe the department has already took into account that.
You think in one day they did that? I mean, didn't we get that crab stuff? What page is crab information on?
I'm not suggesting they have come with this plan in one day. That information and the crop reductions have been given for a couple of weeks, if not.
For a couple weeks now, and you're saying that we have already recognized that there's gonna be that reduction.
No, I'm not saying that you have recognized, what I'm saying, the department has taken into account that reduction to provide this proposal to you.
Okay, that doesn't seem quite right, but, okay.
So Robin, what Romero was suggesting that the same theory would apply to the other funds. Does that pan out then, or does that make sense?
Well, it does to me. I mean, if we say that the victim advocate who's being paid with normal county revenues should be exempt because those are not general fund revenue, then why would that not apply to all the other funds?
Yeah, okay. And I'm
Except,
okay with
What you've done, what you will do at that point is exempt the vast majority of the other fund positions, if not all of them.
but
Okay.
even though we've got other funds we're dealing with, we're being told that those are gonna be reduced in, the dollar amount by a certain percentage. So I guess I don't know how we can just say general funds being reduced and these others are not, because they're all impacted through one fashion or another, through either sales tax, property tax, or other dedicated sources, and we're not taking that into consideration.
I agree. I had misunderstood about the victim advocate. I thought it was in some kind of a external, I guess I was reading the clerk's letter when you were discussing that. So I missed that, and I did not mean to confuse that. I wanted the same approach across all the funds,
yeah.
as Ramiro suggested.
For example, the water resources specialist is on the chopping block. But if we find out that's supported elsewhere, that should still apply.
Elsewhere, meaning outside the county.
Yeah.
That's clarifying is other sources outside the county.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so then, based on what I'm hearing is, the proposal on the other funds as presented to you, with that exception that you just highlighted, therefore are okay with the board.
Yes. With me, yes.
So now
You're off the frame, so you need to say something.
Yeah,
I don't understand if we're buying back this victim advocate or not.
I'd like to know where that money's coming from.
So the money is coming from victim witness penalty assessments and DVA penalty assessments. Those are normal county revenues that go into the victim fund.
It's county revenue, right?
It is county revenue. It's
So-
not an external source.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a reduced amount going in there.
It will possibly be collecting less victim penalties over the next 2 years.
Well, possibly, I mean, the sky's falling or it isn't.
Well,
Yeah, you're right. It is or it's not. You're right.
I don't know if victims are paying up or the perpetrators are paying or not. You know, I don't have, so I don't have an answer to that, and I will not have an answer to that.
Yeah, I understand that. You don't have to have an answer to that because we don't know. We don't know. But I say we move on, that we're going to apply that same logic to the other positions.
So we're going to apply what logic to all of the funds?
Well, the same theory that we just did to all the other
So what I'm understanding,
revenues. Go ahead, Romero.
so what I'm understanding for the other funds is approving as presented.
Is what?
Approving as presented.
Yes.
And those positions in white will be eliminated. And
Well, except for that one at the clerks, we decided.
that's up in the general fund.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the victim advocate is gone.
Well, that's America.
So I'm hearing a yes, no,
Yes.
okay.
Yep.
Yes. Commissioner Hutchins, Commissioner Menser,
The victim advocate that's under fund.
I have two commissioners agreeing on this.
that the victim advocate is gone?
Yep.
I thought there was two of those. There's just the one?
So
The prosecutor has written me about a second victim advocate, but I'm not finding it. So I've got to
Okay.
follow up with the prosecutor on these. But it's my understanding that we're back to the original direction, which was if there is an external source that is providing some type of a grant or revenue to the county to pay for the position, then we will exempt it from elimination.
Yes.
If
Yeah.
it's normal county revenue, then we will not exempt it from elimination. And the clerk still gets to choose one position to be exempt.
Yes.
That's kind of the way I saw it.
Okay.
Just put it
I'm there.
together.
Okay, then I think we're good again.
Woo. Okay.
Thank you.
thank you.
All
Two
right.
percenters.
The 2%ers. So I need to close this and open this. And try to make it a little bigger. So you had asked all offices and departments to provide an across the board 2% reduction and to let you know what impact that would have on their office or department and how it would affect the services that they provide. So we're going to walk down this list in Questica. So here we go. And this one does have line numbers on the left. So it should be a little easier to follow along. So line number 1 is the assessor's office. And again, I will remind you that you have the list of target amounts that each office or department was asked to achieve for a 2% reduction. So the assessor is going to reduce the 2%. He provided no explanation about how he would get there, but they did put the cut on the table. The auditor, line number 2, is the special election reduction. So that's a given. And then the auditor is achieving her 2% savings through a reduction in payments for election software.
I'm gonna back up real quick to the April special election.
Right.
That is off the table completely. That money is not going anywhere.
That's right. That is a reduction to the budget.
Right.
That it was, we didn't have a special election. We don't
Yep.
need to spend that money.
So it's off the table. The courthouse, the new courthouse right now is a dead issue.
At the moment.
Guys, I think I need to go back and reread it. I kind of think that 77 isn't that when I read through her what she wrote, she hires extra help to go out to the fairs and she has supplies and she has people that come in for the election and she was able to cut the staff for that because we aren't having one. I don't know if she was saying, is that the exact dollar amount that was going to be for the special election?
That is, yes, and that is provisoed. So very clearly, if there was not going to be a special election, the money would revert back to the general fund. So the entire amount comes back.
Ignore me.
Okay.
No, don't ignore you, but because I have a question now, it says the special election was suspended.
That is the action that the board took.
That's the wording. Okay. But it's off the table.
Yeah, because
Thank
you have not taken an action as to put it back on any upcoming election, so.
Thank you.
it's suspended.
Okay. Thank you.
So line number 3 is the auditor has reduced election software costs by $52,000. And line 4, the auditor is shifting costs for the historic imaging project out of general fund, and you'll see a line item in other funds that increases costs in the historic preservation fund. Line number 5 is the commissioner's office.
Covis.
This is the elimination of the receptionist position. This action is taken in part to buy back the budget and fiscal manager position. So these savings, as well as savings for an administrative assistant that is currently booked in central services, those combined buy back the budget manager. Line number 6, the commissioner's office 2% reduction was a little over 24,000. We will allocate a third of the cost of my position to central services because I'm currently spending about a third of my time being the director of central services. So this is a reduction to the general fund, and you'll see an increase in another fund in central services. Line number 7 is the treasurer's budget reduction. The target for the treasurer is $12,750. Unfortunately, they did not change the narrative in the budget change request. It still talks about the 15% reduction. So we're not quite sure what the treasurer will do to achieve this 13,000 in savings, but they have they will find savings. They've just not said exactly how.
Oh, Anne emailed me. I'm actually sure on this one. Anne emailed me this morning and said that they had some vacancies. So it was just kind of a savings of, you know, having a job open and then rehiring someone at a lower step.
So a one-time savings for this.
Correct.
All right. Line number 8 is Superior Court. This is the amount of their target, $62,664. They don't say how they will achieve the savings or how it will impact the court. They just say that the reduction is mandated by the board. In line number 9 is for district court. This is the amount of their target. They have increased revenue and decreased expenditures.
Anticipated revenue.
And I'm not sure what the increased revenue would be. So the $29,000 is not quite meeting their 36,000 target. They're off by.
Robin?
Yes.
Just for the benefit of the commissioners, there is an 8.5 by 11 in your packet. It's titled 2020 budget reductions. On the bottom part of that one pager, it states about the targets by office. A quick reference, when Robin states is meeting the target or not, right there is the 2% target for the next 6 months as a quick reference in combination with this spreadsheet.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, so I don't know if one of the budget team knows what the increased revenue is from. So we'll need a little time to hunt that down, but I would recommend not counting on revenue increases at this time.
I could read you the descriptions next to their revenue in Questica. The first one says it's $3,000. It says Rainier contract not included in original budget. The second one's $3,700. It says increased revenue due to SHB effective 6/11. I don't know what that is. And then it says reimbursement from the AOC for streaming licenses for $900.
So
What was it, Olivia, what was the
we'll
second,
let those down.
what was the second acronym?
SHB.
SHB,
And
okay.
it's traffic infraction penalties is the object code, but we'll look into it deeper.
So we've seen traffic infractions actually decreasing over the last few years, not going up. This is why we need time to look into a proposed increase in revenues, but just going through what they submitted at the moment. Thank you, Olivia. Line number 10 is the juvenile court. I need a ruler. So their target was $72,694. They have exceeded that amount. They are going to hold their positions vacant to meet the reduction target. So even though their positions were exempted from the vacancy elimination list, they will continue to hold them vacant. Line number 11 is from the Sheriff Law Enforcement. The target for the Sheriff's Office is $207,540. The Sheriff did not agree with how the target was calculated. So they calculated their own target and proposed savings of $158,000. And they would achieve that from holding 2 of their positions vacant through the end of this year.
I thought we made a decision on that we were not gonna reduce the law enforcement budget. We made that about 3 weeks ago.
That was for vacancies
Vacancies.
and hiring freeze. The 2% was across the board.
Yeah,
Well, that isn't the way I read it. I think that we are in a situation, we're in a new reality, and I don't think we ought to be making any reductions to the law enforcement activities right now. We need to defend our law enforcement, not defund our law enforcement. And we're gonna need those folks more than ever as time goes on, if it continues this new reality out here that we
Robin,
seem to be seeing every day.
did the sheriff indicate what position he's talking about saving or not using, not filling or funding? What is it?
He just, the description only says 2 positions vacant through the end of the year and that it would be one time and not continue into 2021.
And it would not, you say, into 2021?
Correct.
And we don't know what those positions are? Okay.
He's gonna have, don't worry, he's gonna have a hard enough time filling any positions anyway. I don't even.
Oh,
think we need to
I
give
agree with
him a
that.
Directive. I think we can just leave it alone. It sends the wrong message to be cutting law enforcement at this point in time.
At least if the sheriff is proffering that, then I'm gonna go ahead and just keep going at this point. But I don't know what those positions are, but he's the professional. He's making those decisions, not me.
Well, I'm gonna make a very obvious stand against making any reductions in law enforcement. He's not gonna be able to fill these positions anyway. That's because that's a sign of the times.
Are these deputy positions? We don't know.
Yeah, well, I know what's going on out there in the community, and I can tell you that morale isn't very good in law enforcement right now. And I wanna do everything that I can do to bolster the morale in law enforcement and specifically in our community. And when we start cutting positions in the sheriff's office, that is exactly the wrong message that we need to be sending. At some point, we'll be encouraging some kind of vigilantism at some point. I don't want to see that happen. I want to continue adequate funding. He's going to have a tough time filling positions as it is. I doubt he's going to be able to do it, but I certainly don't want to put a mandate on him to do it.
But it is the sheriff's office proposal.
I know that it's the sheriff's office proposal. I'm just saying it's the wrong message to send to our community or to the law enforcement folks.
So much of, and I don't mean it in a negative way, but much of your rhetoric, I kind of agree with. But I was going to go back and say just exactly what Romero said. The sheriff is a professional. This is what he's offering. I'm sure it's not going to be one of those things. It's not going to be a deputy position. There are 2 deputy positions, but I don't know. But if he's offered this for at least through the end of the year, I'm okay with that. He's helping to be a part of the situation that's overall that the county is facing. Whether the message is sent that way or not, of defunding, and we're not defunding. Everybody across the county is.
Defunding.
So I'm going to let the sheriff make that call at this point. He's offered this. I'm going to go ahead and I'll accept it at this point. That's where I am anyway.
Okay, well, I'm against cutting any law enforcement money whatsoever. Matter of fact, I want to increase training so we don't have problems such as what's going on in the country.
So
We're probably going to have to increase training eventually.
I would like to call the question.
Yeah.
Would the board, I'm going to ask you to vote, thumbs up or thumbs down. Would the board like to remove this reduction to the sheriff's budget from the budget reductions?
I want to remove it from the budget reduction. I want to keep all the funding I can in the sheriff's office at this point in time. I think we're coming up against a tough situation, and the national scene is reflecting that. I do think we're better off than the nationals because we have some very professional officers in our community, and I want to hang on to everybody I can because times are just about to get tough.
I'm looking for strategies that can apply evenly across all county departments. We have a number of strategies we've employed that have exempted the sheriff's office because of the nature of their work. This is not one of those strategies. So I want to hold on to this strategy, this 2% across the board, applying to all the departments because it's one that can apply. And I favor those strategies that treat all of our departments and employees equally and not favoring one over another. I made that point last week when we voted on the budget amendment, and I voted against the budget amendment because it's clear from those deliberations, just like it's clear from today's discussion, that not all the commissioners treat all the departments equally, and that's a big problem for me. So I vote against removing the across-the-board cut from this strategy.
Okay, so we have a couple pages yet to go. Can either Denise or Olivia reach out to Heidi and find out what those positions are? I don't want to second guess the sheriff. And if he's offered this in the spirit of being part of the solution, then I would respect him for that. It's a tough decision that he has to make to offer that up. I don't want to defund, will not defund, but I'm at this point, let's put this one on number 11 on hold until we get through the rest of it and get those answers.
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to line number 12. This is the sheriff's corrections budget. The target for corrections was $190,611. Again, the sheriff's office disagreed with the way the 2% was calculated and provided an alternate calculation. So they did not submit a 2% reduction. They submitted $159,711, and they will achieve the reduction again through holding 2 positions vacant through the end of the year. And they've stated that this would be one-time savings and they would fill the positions on January 1. So the savings would not continue into 2021. Yes, Commissioner Menzer?
So the rationale on both of these items for the recalculation says the calculation for this target includes funding that isn't affected by the assumed economic downturn, such as contracts which have revenue associated with them or grants. So I guess I'm just wondering, does that apply? Is that something that applies especially to the sheriff's office, or is that something that other departments could make the same claim and do their own recalculation?
Many offices and departments could make the same argument that the sheriff's office did. However, we were consistent and told every office and department who came forward and said, we'd like to calculate our own target. We were consistent with all of them and said, we need to do this in a fair and equitable manner. And the only way to do it is to do it on your total general fund appropriation. So yes, other offices and departments could have taken an approach talking about grant funding or funding that they believe would not be reduced. But we were trying to get to an overall savings amount.
Okay, well, I would argue that the reduction should follow the targets that were set based on the formula that you laid out across the, unless there's a, if there was a good reason or a special reason that didn't apply, then I would contemplate that. But not hearing that, I think that the target should be across the board for each group with the same formula, same 2% formula that you just described.
In the statement of need, the sheriff mentions in there, and I had a conversation with him a week or two ago about this, that when he was asked to do the 2% reduction, he was going to go right to ER&R and reduce that 2% out. But when he found out he couldn't, because it was already reduced by the county or by management, that really put the crimp on him on where he could cut. And I don't know if that was applied across the board with every office. I don't
Yes,
know.
it was.
Okay, but it seems to me, though, he's got the largest fleet, except for maybe Public Works, the largest fleet. So maybe I don't know if that was disproportionate or not.
So
But
it was.
let me just finish. He's got the target was 190,000, and he's only 40,000 under that. That's pretty good. And I go right back to what I said earlier with number 11. If he's proffering this or putting this forward in a good faith effort, I'm doing what I can. That tells me that he's able to do that and willing to do that.
Commissioner,
Unless I'm missing something.
I got an answer to your question on number 11.
Yes, sir.
I just received a message from the under sheriff, and the proposal includes vacancy savings. They're coming from 2 deputy positions. And again, that's only for 2020. The proposal is not to eliminate the positions, is to keep 2 deputy positions vacant through the remainder of 2020.
Just keep them vacant until the end of the year.
Yeah, that's the proposal.
It'll take him every bit of that long just to hire someone to get him through a process.
Well, I think through attrition, he's gonna have more loss than that. And I wanna reiterate my position on both Sheriff Corrections and Sheriff Law Enforcement. I do not wanna be in a position that I'm defunding law enforcement. I think it's the complete wrong message to send to our community, to send to our deputy sheriffs, to send to our corrections officers. And what we do here today is not gonna help him be able to fill these positions. So I don't think he's gonna be able to fill them anyway with the activities that are going on. I do not think all the departments and elected offices ought to be treated the same. Some have a much higher priority in my estimation, and this is one of them. And I guess we can simplify it and put it down to getting bricks thrown at them, I guess. But it's just the way it is. And I'm gonna be voting against reducing law enforcement.
And I know where Commissioner Menzer stands. Denise, you had your pen up. Go ahead.
Just to provide a clarification that in addition to, so you got the answer on 11 from the undersheriff. Similarly, on line 12, it is 2 correctional deputies that would be held vacant.
All right. If we had a major earthquake and bridges and roads were all toppled and destroyed, I would be funding our roads department heavily to get the infrastructure back up. Under these current circumstances that we're dealing with, not only due to the pandemic and the subsequent defund call and such, I have to say the same thing. I've said this the last 3 years when it comes to budget. All things are not equal. And so I agree to send any message that we're defunding law enforcement, whether it be on the road or in corrections, especially with the corrections issues that the sheriff's dealing with now. I do not want to send that message. I do not want to defund or reduce the budget for the sheriff's office in any way, shape, or form either.
I just have to take exception to any notion that a 2% across the board cut is defunding law enforcement. That's a separate policy, issue that's come up with the recent and tragic events. Nothing to do with this. So I hope nobody would ever interpret my position on this as an intent to defund law enforcement. And that's a different conversation that we could have, but it's not this conversation.
I got it. And I believe, as you said a little bit ago, Commissioner Menzer, that we're going to need to, if not forced by the legislature, we're going to have to increase the training budget for the sheriff's office as well, eventually, and probably sooner than later. But that's where I stand. Even though the offer from the sheriff is there, and I appreciate his trying to reach these targets, I just can't go along with them, even with what you have to say, and that makes sense to me as well. So with that, Robin, you have or Romero, you have a 2-to-1 vote then to take these 2 off.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to line 13 in the coroner's office. The coroner's target is $12,833. He has submitted a budget reduction in that amount, although he has not said specifically how he will achieve those savings. Line 14 is for human resources. And I'm just going to keep going unless you stop me.
That's fine.
So stop me if there's one that you'd like to discuss. Human resources is, their target is $20,656. They submitted reductions in that amount. It does not say how they will achieve the savings.
It's through reduction of professional services. I just got an email from Maria, and I asked her what kind of professional services, but that's where we're at.
Professional services from HR. Thanks, Olivia. Make sure you mute your speaker for most of the time. Line 15 is non-departmental. This is the elimination of the savings that were earmarked for future projects. And line 16 is the savings from animal services reducing their assessment for the county. So lines 15 and 16 together is the reduction that the board directed to take in non-departmental services. In addition to those, non-departmental was had a target 2% reduction of $56,317. We are reducing the payments to community allocation. That is for emerging community needs by 37,000. And because we now have free bus rides with intercity transit, we are eliminating the payment to intercity transit of $20,000 that had been a program to purchase employee bus passes. Line number 18 is public defense. The public defense target was $70,818. They have offered a reduction of $93,881,000. These savings are achieved through the reduction in payment of legal fees to professional services by reassigning cases to the director, the felony supervisor, and the misdemeanor unit leader, and also reducing the payment for mitigation services contract by $8,000. Line 19 is for emergency management. Their 2% target was $17,091. They have reduced that amount. They do not specifically describe how they will achieve the savings, but there is also a reduction to revenue that we'll want to follow up on. Line number 20 is for community planning. The 2% target for community planning was $25,351. This is a reduction of $26,394, so it's a little higher than the 2%, but there's a discussion here about buying back the associate planner position. So there would not necessarily be enough money to buy that back. And I think that there were some early morning changes that Denise would like to describe.
I just mentioned that in addition, they'd be reducing a position to half-time. So that's how they would get to the total that's needed. And I've added that to the system, but it was too late for reports.
All right, so this amount will increase. Thank you, Denise. In line 21 is the reduction for pretrial services. Their target was $6,972 in the general fund. They have submitted a reduction of $7,000. And they intend to have salary savings and reduce the costs of equipment and small tools. They intend for this reduction to last through the end of this year and would reevaluate next year. Total general fund savings had been $1,593,185. If you look on the target list, we did not receive a 2% savings for the clerk. We did not receive 2% savings for community planning and economic development of $5,000. The clerk's target was $44,000. We did not receive a 2% reduction from the prosecutor. His target was a little over $101,000. Neither the clerk nor the prosecutor submitted any savings in the system. And that's the kind of the general fund. So before I move on, I'm not quite sure how to frame this question, but it's about the lack of budget reductions from the clerk and the prosecutor. Is it okay with the board that they have put no savings on the table? Or should we work with those offices to have savings?
Which line are you on there, Robin, on which one?
So there's not a savings line on the worksheet, Commissioner Edwards,
Look at
because
this,
the clerk and the prosecutor didn't submit anything.
Okay, you're talking about here, 2020 budget reductions, general fund?
Yes.
I suggest you work with them to come up with savings.
Uh,
I mean, not even to suggest anything or come up with anything in light of everybody else has, no matter how painful. I just think we need to work with them. The collective we need to work with them, come up with something. Seatmates?
yeah, that's fine with me. I do have some question though on item 15, going back here just a little bit. I'm good with you on that, Chair.
No, I know, but I want to hear from Ty about that.
Okay,
I mean, you can work with them or not. The decision was a 2% cut. We were supposed to look at this plan to see if there was some aspect of the plan that we just couldn't swallow because it was too big of a hit on county operations. But if they don't submit that information, my reading of that is they're just going to take the 2% cut. They didn't want to have to go through that exercise. So I'm perfectly fine just imposing that and letting them sort out how they're going to do it.
Okay.
did we address the clerk's position back there a little while?
Yep. We did.
We did, didn't we? And we made a determination that we were gonna continue on with the reductions except for one position, I thought.
Yeah, but that's different.
So the elimination of positions was in addition to the 2% cut for every office and department.
Okay, well, I'm probably there with Ty on that
So
particular
that's
issue.
what you have you're looking at the 8.511, Commissioner. On top, you got the eliminated vacant positions. That includes the clerks, and now it's gonna change based on the direction that you provided.
Sure,
And then also there is a 2% cut in addition to that, down below,
yeah,
okay?
okay,
So, in the clerk's office did not submit a
Okay.
plan for a reduction of 2%.
I got it.
I'll change my position and go back to what we were just asked about, and that is, don't take your time working with them. Just come up with the 2%.
Okay.
And can we just jog back to 15 there? Is there, when we talk about future projects that we're eliminating, how much money was in non-departmental to start with? And how much are we reducing? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, Robin already shared that with you earlier.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to figure that out. It didn't compute.
The total non-departmental budget
Uh-huh,
is
5 point.
$5,631,691. The
mhm,
board has reduced that or directed us to reduce that budget by the $421,926 for future projects and $59,774 that we will not be paying to animal services because they have reduced our rates, and the 2% reduction for non-departmental of $57,000. So those are all combined as a reduction to non-departmental.
yes, and that's where my question comes in. What are we proposing to move forward with on I don't know, the $5 million that's left in there. That's what I'm wondering. Are we taking enough out of there in comparison to everything else?
Hey, Robin, can you bring the non-departmental sheet, where the line items stated where the
Yes, I
non-departmental
will
goes?
bring that
please?
back up.
Gamma Pro.
So it'll just take me a moment to find it. So just give me a minute here. Do for budget, Department 23. Don't update.
Is a piece of that, while she's looking for that, is a piece of that part of that reduction in maintenance for the juvenile facility? No, okay.
Okay, here I'm gonna share the screen if I can find my cursor. So do you see the list?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, here's the 5,061,000 or 5.6 million roughly appropriation.
No,
And this is the list of all the things that it pays for. This item in yellow is actually less because the Visitor and Convention Bureau, I'm just going to change that, is 40,000, and this is actually 50,000. And we're taking some of this money in the budget reduction, and we're reducing this 20,000 for commute trip reduction. We're eliminating that. And we're eliminating the to all of these future projects. This was a placeholder, this 172,000 we were holding in case there were salary issues in any office or department, or changes in the labor contracts. That's what we've used this for in the past. This 250,000 was for any upcoming issues that the board wanted to resolve countywide. One of the things we've used this for in the past was emergency funding for housing like Code Blue. You now have a specific appropriation for that. So both of these are completely being eliminated. That will provide you with very little flexibility because the rest of this fund is tightly budgeted, 392,000 for left. Here's the dues for our professional associations across the county, not just for the commissioner's office, for every county office and department. 281,000 is what we pay for TC Media to have these broadcasts like the one we're on right now. But this is available for every office and department. I know the auditor has made programming about elections. Other offices and departments can use this contract. The non-departmental pays for warm closure of the old jail because it would be not a fair and equitable allocation for other tenants of Building 3 to pay for the costs of that unoccupied jail space.
Hey, Gary, do you have that sheet?
I don't have it in front of me, no.
You need to go line by line?
certainly print this off, but
Okay, but I guess what I'm getting at there is we've got about $5 million or something that I think, and I'll ask the chair, I know on Modern Warriors, we weren't able to do that, so did that save $5,000 or is that for maybe a future thing?
Is it, I don't know, was it removed? I think it was removed.
No.
We don't know when it's
It
gonna
doesn't
come.
show removed, it still shows it's in the budget.
it was approved as part of this budget. The money is earmarked for that purpose.
Yes.
If
Because the-
But
we're
we
not,
weren't able to do it because of COVID.
not.
Right, and the school still has a contract with them. I just don't know how they're working out the dates.
Oh, so that's maybe upcoming, yeah.
Still, yeah, it will be.
Okay, I just wonder if there isn't some more fat in that fund, that we might have to look at doing, even the whole TV media thing. I mean, 300,000 is quite a bit to put into that when times are tough. And I just wonder if we aren't going too fast over that issue, and we might find some more fat in there to be able to put towards this reduction. That's all.
So we can have the discussion, a separate discussion, can we,
Okay.
Robin?
That's fine. Yep. Okay.
Of course.
Okay. So let's get back to the 2%ers and get through this because it's already going on noon now.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
That's all right. You can get a copy of this too.
I will
Did you
send
print
it.
that for me, Robin?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will.
You email it for me.
But we will make sure that you all get a copy of that list.
Okay.
Thank you. So we on 20, where are we, 23?
This is a public service announcement. Mary Hall, or if you or anyone from your office are listening, I won't be having lunch with you today.
Oh,
Hey, Robin.
Yeah.
Quick question going back to the 2% budget reduction spreadsheet.
I'm bringing it back. Go ahead, Romero.
We ended the conversation with the commissioners on the general fund.
Yes,
In the total expenditure change at the bottom line is 1,593,000. Right?
right, but that's going to change.
Based on the sheriff's office and corrections taking those out,
Yeah, it's 320,000.
right? The question that I have is, that number doesn't match the number on the 8.5 by 11 when we have the targets and submitted amounts.
That is true, and I would need to, I'm not sure why, Romero. We'll
Okay.
take a look.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I can tell you exactly why that is. It's because these 2% are not only the 2%. We also have the additional actions that the board took to reduce non-departmental in addition to the 2%. The
Okay.
elimination of the special election is here. That is in addition to the 2%. So those items are also included.
Right. Okay, but they were counted above anyway. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad I had that answer. Okay. So I think that we have a decision on the 2% savings, and I'm just going to reiterate what it is. We're going to take all of the savings so far for general fund, except we're going to not take the reductions for the sheriff's office. And we're going to add 2% reductions for the clerk and the PAO. So in a nutshell, that's where we're at this point. Moving on then to other funds. The other funds also had targets, and that is the document that looks like this. I've not had an opportunity to go through and see if every office and department has met the target that was on this list. But we can hopefully quickly walk through these. The target in other funds for
What's that, Robin, what's that sheet look like?
so
It's page 3 of 7 on there.
Oh,
On the 2% reductions, still under.
right. So the targets are on the sheet that looks like
Are we back to number 3?
got the target sheet.
there's what the target sheet looks like. See, you've got your
Oh,
general
got it. Yeah,
target
yeah, I got
and you've got your other fund target.
Operating only.
All right, so going back to this. The assessor did not submit a reduction for other funds. It's only $815, less than $1,000. The auditor submitted reductions to her other funds. It's line 25. In excess of the target that she needed to meet. This is the 21,000 is where she's shifting personnel costs to the historic imaging project. Line 24 is an increase in payment to defer some equipment. And I'm not sure why this is an increase in amendment number 4. We'll check that.
I guess my question is 24 and 25, what's the difference between the two of them?
I think those might net to the amount of savings that the auditor needs to achieve. So, a decrease in the M&O fund, an increase. I don't know
That looks
why
like a
these are
duplication.
separate lines. They're the same. They appear to be the same and they net to the savings amount. So the auditor has achieved her 2% reduction.
I guess I don't have a good understanding of what that whole thing is because the explanations are the same.
It's transfer the fund, look at, under the column fund.
Yeah, fund, got it.
It's two different funds. One is the increase in revenue in the fund 1050, and the other one's the reduction on the 1090. So it's a transfer between the two.
Right.
But they're
overall,
not the same, so there's variance
Yeah,
of
because
about
that's how,
$4,000.
because that's how they achieve their target reductions.
Okay, that's as clear as mud. Yeah, I see it's a variance of 4,700.
Right. And that was her target savings.
Right here,
Okay,
4,000.
yeah, I see it.
Number 26.
Yep. Line
4,769.
6 is central services. Central services was required to achieve savings of $141,000. These savings were achieved on line 29. No, 121,000. So if you were to combine lines 28 and 29, the 2% reduction is achieved through reducing projects of the infant-friendly workplace and ADA compliance. So there's still a set aside, but the infant-friendly workplace, we found that we're able to accommodate without making construction. So we would remove that project from one of the central service reserve funds. Then there are additional savings in reduced costs for M&O in fleet and in central services to buy back 3 positions. So those are lines 26, 27, 28, and 29. Line 30 is other savings in the commissioner's office. The commissioner's office has quite a few other funds. The target for other funds for the commissioners was $112,819. We've achieved savings of $113,000, again, by reducing 2 projects in REIT, eliminating the infant-friendly workplace project and reducing the amount available for the ADA set-aside. In community planning and economic development, the other fund savings is $73,514 target. CPED put up more than that to be able to buy back some of their positions. So they do achieve this target, and they also have savings to buy back the positions as you saw on the vacancy list. On line 33, CPED has also included the effect of canceling the 2020 Thurston County Fair. That's in addition to the savings they needed to achieve to buy back their positions. And
Robin?
yes.
I have about 20 minutes left before I have to leave for another appointment or another meeting. And we're only on page 4 of number 7. So I'm gonna have to, at 12:30, I'm gonna have to turn this over to Vice Chair Commissioner Mensah. I don't know how much more time you need to go through this, but I'm sticking around until I gotta go.
Okay. So
I also have a 12:45 appointment.
Oh,
because
you do as well?
here, for the most part, all of the departments met their requirement to reduce other funds. Many of the offices, their other funds are treatment sales tax, and they did submit reductions to meet those, the treatment sales tax, as you see here on line 39 in district court. They met and exceeded their other fund reduction through a reduction in costs that would be charged to TST. And I guess that if the board is comfortable with the approach, the only offices that did not submit a reduction for their other funds as requested was once again the clerk's office and the just checking, the prosecutor did not submit a reduction for other funds. Are we missing any other offices or departments?
State examiner, but I don't think we can give him a break.
No. So it was only those 2 that didn't submit their other fund reductions. I would like to point out that there are substantial reductions in public health. Those are on lines 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51. So even in the midst of the pandemic, public health is bringing forward savings as the board requested.
And this is not because of CARES funding.
No, these part of the way they're going to achieve these savings is some of their staff are redeployed and will be able to charge to the CARES
Okay.
funding, but by making these reductions, the programs that they provide on a regular basis just won't be happening. That's the effect of the cuts in public health.
Okay.
So in an effort to try to understand my seatmates' thinking, it's not appropriate to cut funding to law enforcement in this climate, but it is to public health.
No,
That's exactly where I was gonna go.
That's
'cause
me too.
It didn't smell right. That's why I figured it was coming from the CARES funding. But that soundbite's not good either.
well, I would like to make sure that, we're being as creative as possible as we as we move through this whole process and anything connected. I think what we had, about $6 million to that budget, and we've removed, something like what, 300,000 or something from this. So 6 million, 6 point some million added, 300 removed. So I don't look at that as much of a reduction. I think we can make up that difference, and I think we're gonna be creative as we move forward.
You think so? So
Yeah.
you're okay with the reduction to veteran services, Gary, are you?
No, because I don't think that's gonna
okay.
happen. 'Cause I don't think it's gonna
No.
happen.
What do you mean?
I just don't
When
think
I
it's
look
gonna
at the
happen.
public health,
Because we're in pretty good shape on that veterans fund.
But they're proposing to reduce this,
Yeah, well,
following the board's direction.
so going back to what Ty was saying.
okay,
I'm looking
which line are you on there?
So we're
I'm
looking
looking
at
at
the social
64.
services on 64, 65, and 66 and 7 and 8, but veteran services specifically is on line 67.
Okay,
So I look at redeployment, 64 and 65 are redeployment. I can appreciate that because we're getting funding for that. And then a temporarily suspending specialized rec program because that program has been suspended for the safety of the clients and the staff.
yep,
And then 60, what was that, 68 then? I'm gonna jump over the veterans. One-time saving options for housing and community renewal. Organization ability to control costs, POCs to direct to that. But 67, I'm not okay with reduction to the veteran services.
no, I'll go along with you 100% on that.
But I'm going back to what Ty said though.
I wasn't
At a
trying to
time-
talk
at
you
a
out
time,
of-
We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna not cut the sheriff's office,
Yep,
but there's a reduction to public health and social services at a time we're in a pandemic. A couple of these make sense to me, redeploying, and another one makes sense because the program we've been funding has been suspended. Go ahead, Ty, did I cut you off?
Oh, I was just, there's also public health items 47 through 51. I just wanted to make the point, I wasn't trying to talk you out of these cuts. I was just trying to show that I wasn't understanding if the logic is optics to the community during an unusual climate,
Yeah.
that, I was questioning really the prior decisions, not trying to talk you guys out of the cuts to public health. But why is there, there are other public health items in here that, if we're going to be going line by line, that we'd have to do.
And I understand the majority of the public wouldn't understand that, but I see if we're reducing because of the treatment sales tax, or again, another one that was another redeployment, like number 51, a redeployment of services, that it's explainable, it makes sense. But you make a good point.
I would like to point out though that we put, I don't know the total dollar amount, but we put 6 million or something in there with COVID. And I agree with you, Commissioner Hutchings, that I'm not in favor of cutting anything to do with the veterans. Although that's a pretty small reduction, what I'm seeing on line
That's minimal.
67, but still it's the idea that we would not even be here enjoying a free country if it wasn't for our veterans.
Yeah, that's $3,500. That's not much. That's negligible, really. So anyway,
So let's scratch that out from the reduction.
it's all right with me. Take that line 67 out.
Yep.
Okay. Any others?
Well, I'm wondering now, you made me nervous on reduction, because I thought that was the only thing in there. Am I missing something here on veterans?
No, that is
No.
the only,
No.
Yeah, that was the only one, right? Okay,
just making
the
sure
chair
that
scared me there.
adjusting any others. So
The statement of need makes sense to me.
Yeah.
That Shelley put in.
all right.
And the $6 million going in there helps offset any of that. And if we're creative, we can make it work.
So in the interest of time, I'm not going to go line by line through the rest. I will say that they have achieved their, with the exception of the prosecutor and the clerk, the offices and departments achieved the savings. They came up with additional savings to buy back positions where they requested. If you are comfortable with that approach, and we will add the reduction for the prosecutor and the clerk, and we can call the 2% done as it stands. Is the board okay with that?
No,
I am.
I tell you, we never did get some final answers on 15, on non-departmental. I think there's still some review that we can make there.
So we can't do that in the next few minutes.
No.
And I'd like to give Romero the opportunity to talk about the furlough.
Okay, that's fine, but I'd just like to point out we haven't finished that
Okay.
if we are gonna talk about that.
So go ahead,
I
Romero.
voted.
Go ahead, Romero. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you, so I like to probably suggest to you on the 2% salary reductions, although the prosecutor and the clerk did not submit a 2% reduction on their dedicated funds. You have already made the decision to include the 2% on the general funds they did not submit. And also the clerk's office is going to be affected by the elimination of those positions. For your consideration will be not to include the additional 2% on their dedicated funds as part of your decision making. And because I do believe the prosecutor was cut on those positions that were vacant prior to May 22nd. You already asked him to do additional 2% reductions in the general fund. I think you can probably, I'd like to suggest for you not to include 2% on the prosecutors in the clerk's office on their dedicated funds.
Okay. Did Mr. Harvin that?
I mean, for a real quick review, initially I am, but, I mean, we're gonna have to come back and, well, maybe we're not. Are we gonna come back and talk about all on that non-departmental? There's a lot of money in there.
Yes, at a later time. Yes, we will.
We ran out of time, so.
Ty, what do you think
Anyways,
about the,
that's my suggestion.
yeah. Ty, what do you think?
I don't have a good sense of the structure of the budget of, say, for the, like, how much money's coming. I don't know what we're asking, general fund versus non-general fund for the clerk.
So on the prosecutors,
Okay, that's the sheet I need to go through looking at.
yeah,
I think I've got that here. Yep.
The last sheet in your packet.
Yep. Okay, I've got it.
Last sheet.
so on the prosecutors, you already made the decision to include the general fund reductions of 2%, which amounts to $101,454.
Right.
On other funds, the 2% reductions which the prosecutors did not submit would represent $11,921. My suggestion is for you to consider not to include the $11,921 because those are outside of the general fund. In the clerk's office, the general fund, 2% reduction was $44,341. You decided already to include those 2% reductions in her office. The other funds, the 2% reductions would have equated to $2,544. And my suggestion is not to reduce the other funds from the clerk's office. That makes
Why?
sense.
What's the rationale for not including it?
Because the clerk's office and the prosecutor is already getting a hit on eliminating those positions.
Well, they got the extra hit on
I
that.
they get the extra hit on eliminating those positions.
Okay. That sounds reasonable.
It's a small amount.
Yeah.
Did I see Ty shake his head? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
You have a thumbs up from me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, I know the commissioner actually have to go, but based on the decisions thus far by the board, putting aside the potential additional reductions on line item number 15, which is non-departmental, but even with some potential additional reductions within that fund, we will not be able to meet what I believe is the task of today of reducing expenditures in 2020. It just the numbers doesn't equate, because the general fund reductions that we had, the target was 1,086,000. Based on the decisions that you provided today, we have only achieved $762,000, just about. So that created yet another gap of just about 250,000 that we need to still to come up with additional reductions. So again, my suggestion to you today, as I stated earlier in the morning, for you to consider some sort of a furlough approach, either by having a 1 day every pay period for the remainder of 2020 across the board, and that creates a little bit of a difficulty in terms of continuing to provide services. I understand that. The other option that I'd like for you, which probably can achieve the same objective, is to reduce the weekly 40-hour work week to 36. And that is a reduction of 4 hours a week across the board. And let me stress that my suggestion to you, across the board with no exceptions. That's my proposal to you. That way, I believe we'll continue to provide daily services, and that will equal probably just about 4 hours less a week. Every employee in the county will be providing services to the citizens.
And that would not reduce any benefits, any seniority, any sick time, any vacation time, even accrual.
No, the benefits will not be reduced.
Okay, and sick time and vacation time will not be, that won't be a reduction of their accrual time based on hours worked.
I'm sorry, can you repeat again?
Well, if you work 40 hours a week, you accumulate and accrue sick time and vacation time based on, and I don't know if anybody in the county gets comp time, but it's based on hours worked. If we reduce that, does that also reduce someone's accrual time of sick time or vacation time?
I don't believe so, because it's on the number of years that you're employed in the county.
Okay. And that is a reduction of 4 hours in a work week. And you say across the board, no exceptions. I will only consider that if electeds, or at least I'll speak for me, that I'm included in that. I won't reduce my hours, but I'll reduce the equivalent of 4 hours and donate that back. I'm not going to ask anybody to do something that I'm not willing to do myself.
And I agree with that, Commissioner.
Ty?
Ramiro, you've talked about the furlough as being within, something that's in our contracts with our bargaining units, salary reduction being something that would have to be negotiated separately. This new idea, I'll call it new, of 36 hours rather than 40, is that something that's akin to a furlough and is within our contract?
I believe it's within your authority to reduce the work hours. And I believe that is, you are not reducing compensation. You're not reducing, let's say, the dollars per hour that an employee is compensated. That is not part of this proposal. What is you're reducing how many hours an employee is gonna be working on a weekly basis.
And how would that be managed then by in the furlough situation, we were talking about exempting 24/7 operations. How would this hours idea work if the jail, for example, has to be staffed at a certain level 24/7?
Well, I think the intuitive part of that is it will be more overtime, right? Because they still have to mitigate that. But as part of your third quarter budget amendment, you increase the amount of overtime to both corrections and the sheriff's road deputies. So that decision was made to increase the overtime allotment for those two parts of that. I believe is achievable.
What would be the amount of savings with a 36-hour work week? What would the savings, or that, how do we fill that gap? Does that get us to the gap?
I believe we achieved the gap. And I just got a brief number from Maria. And let me do a quick math on this.
Well, while you're doing your quick math there, I have a concern about making this decision right now in the next 5 minutes. We've been talking about this for 3 minutes. And I don't think that's the way to do business myself. And there's one other topic that I'm not satisfied on the whole budget thing, and that's the whole accrual dollar amount and ending fund balance between 2019 and 2020, and how that is gonna continue to roll each year. We keep being told that that doesn't count, but it really does count, because each year we're gonna have that accrual that shows up. So I think we've got some things to iron out here yet. I'm not willing to make a decision today in the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
On the furlough, for an example.
I would like to address the accrual.
Go ahead, Connie.
If you look at your beginning fund balance of
Okay.
2020 on this worksheet, it includes the accrual and every year after that. So that is already factored in, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Romero, do you have your calculations done yet?
Yeah, I got a quick, because I asked Maria to give us a perspective on the potential savings of this. And she says that based on, if we go with 36-hour work week, the salary and benefit savings per week will be about 180,000.
A week?
Yeah.
And how much are we going to lose though out of that on more overtime for the various departments that are going to require it?
So for
So
go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, I would like an opportunity to just consult with Maria before we fixate on a number.
Yeah, this again, just as she stated in the email that she sent, this is a very high level brief analysis, so they may require additional discussion.
But I think that's another reason not to make the decision right now.
And I will put this out to my seatmates and everybody else, because that I'm available all morning tomorrow, as well as quite a bit of Monday. I've got big holes Monday if we want to come back to this right away and kind of bang this out. So we have more information, and we've got some time to have a thoughtful discussion.
Yep.
Me as well.
I have a thing tomorrow that I can get coverage for, so I can make myself available Monday, even though it looks like my schedule's full. I can move it tomorrow.
Okay.
So you suggested on Monday to come back? Okay,
Monday is the 29th.
Monday afternoon's better for me than morning, but I can make anything work.
Yeah, from noon to 3:30, I'm open. I have 2 morning meetings with 2 representatives.
so I will schedule, from, in the afternoon of Monday from 2 to 5.
I have a 3:30 board meeting.
Board meeting?
Yeah, with the TPA and the VCB.
Do you have to attend that, Commissioner? Just curious.
I will double check. It's been a couple months. But yeah, if I miss it, I miss it.
So let's plan on, from 2 to 5 o'clock meeting on Monday afternoon.
2 to 5, okay.
And we'll pick it up where we left off, and we'll come back with you with actual, real numbers. Not to say that Maria didn't provide real numbers, but, a little more accurate numbers related to the potential savings on my proposal. And again, just to repeat, my proposal will be to reduce the work week, from 40 hours to 36 hours across the board. And also we'll try to make an attempt to give, answer Commissioner Mentzer's, question as to what will that have an effect on overtime on the 24/7.
All right.
Yeah, because I know we approved an uptick in overtime, but that was based on what the sheriff projected he needed based on current conditions. And so I'm certain that there's gonna be a backslide of some kind, and I'd like to know what that is, so we're talking real dollars.
Right, so is there anything else related to my proposal that you would like to hear on Monday? I mean, in terms of the numbers of the impact. So
I don't
again,
think so, unless you wanted to compare it with what a furlough would look like, which I like this much better, this offer, than a furlough. So maybe a comparison of the two.
I think it's just about the same,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I have
I
nothing
guess,
else.
throw one quick thing in, and that is, when you say the comparison, but I wonder what the employees feel as far as if they're gonna lose the same dollar amount through some furlough activity that's apparently addressed in each contract, but does it become more advantageous to them personally if they were to get a day off, rather than a hour off? So,
There is some representative employees, and I don't think we can get to the point of negotiating with employees without having the union in place. Becomes complicated to get that feedback, Commissioner.
oh, okay,
Okay,
okay.
Okay. Thank you, Robin, et al. I mean, thank you all very much for making your morning available to us. I greatly appreciate your perspective and your brilliance. And Robin and Romero, my seatmates, thank you very much.
so maybe for Monday, wrap it up, we'll go back and revisit the decisions, not to redo the decisions, just to make sure that you're tracking the decisions that you made today. And we will not be opening those decisions for you, and just move on to the next steps, just to globalize the conversation on Monday.
We'll have updated numbers for the model.
Thank you all very much, and this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, commissioners.